Wainaina. 8. Kevin Mabeta Nyamira. 9. Dorothy Kemunto Nyangori. 10. Matthew Eric Dea Okongo. 11. Mwaniki. Wainaina. 8. Kevin Mabeta Nyamira. 9. Dorothy Kemunto Nyangori. 10. Matthew Eric Dea Okongo. 11. Joshua Kipkemoi Boit. 12. Viangeta Frederick Mukaria. 13. Dr. Mbi Augustine Kavindu. 14. Jinan Zioki Mbiuva. 15. Samuel. 16. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Josh Gitangu Biongo. Ikava Mwangangi. 19. Gadudhi Karaya. Honorable members, I wish to also notify the House that I also received a letter from one Mr. Omar Dambi, dated 7th September 2022, withdrawing his candidature for election as the Speaker of the National Assembly. Additionally, honorable members, I wish to report that Mr. Isaac Aluoch Polo Aluochir, one of the persons who collected nomination papers, did not return the completed form. However, he did appear before the clerk and verbally withdrew his candidature. Further, honorable members, the following 15 persons who returned their nomination papers did not qualify as candidates for election as Speaker of the National Assembly, as their nomination papers were not accompanied by names and signatures of 20 members in support of their respective candidates as required by Standing Order 5-3. 1. Dr. Noah Winja. 2. Gideon Kiplanga Cheruyot. 3. Timothy Ayako Olingo. 4. Marshall Mongare. 5. William Washira Mwaniki. 6. Isaac Wangengi Wainaina. 7. Kevin Mabeta Nyamari. 8. Dorothy Kemunto Nyangori. 9. Joshua Kipkemoi Boit. 10. Dr. Mbi Augustine Kavindu. 11. Jinan Zioki Biuva. 12. Samuel Mwangangi Nzamalu. 13. George Gitangu Thiongo. 14. David Ikavi Mwangangi. And 15. Danson Gadudhi Karaya. Honorable members, you will recall that at the close of the nomination period yesterday evening, I did notify honorable members of the 2 candidates qualified to participate in the election of the Speaker of the National Assembly. In my notification, I stated that my office was in the process of verifying the documentation submitted in support of 2 other applicants, namely Mr. Viangeta Frederick Mukaria and Mr. Okongo Matthew Eric Dea. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that verification of the documents submitted by the 2 applicants against the copies of identification documents are available to my office by the various members purported to have supported the candidature for today's election reviewed glaring anomalies. With regard to the nomination papers returned by Mr. Viangeta Frederick Mukaria, it was noted that the Kenya National Identification numbers purported to appended to the names of several honorable members are at variance with the information officially available by honorable members to Parliament as part of their biodata. Similarly, honorable members, it was noted that the nomination papers returned by Mr. Okongo Matthew Eric Dea appended signatures purported to belong to several members that did not tally with the signatures recognized by my office from the biodata forms signed by the affected members. Indeed, I have today since received written complaints from a number of the affected members regarding falsification of their support to the two candidates. In particular, honorable members have disowned their purported endorsement of the said candidates. As at the time of this communication, I have on record formal protests from the following members: the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wa, the Honorable Beatrice Adagala, the Honorable Mohammed Ali Mohammed, the Honorable Mary Wamaua, the Honorable John Mutunga, the Honorable Githua Wamushukuru, the Honorable Samuel Moroto, the Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, the Honorable Jen Kihara, the Honorable Julius Meli, the Honorable Wajiku Muhia, the Honorable Charity Kadhambi, the Honorable Paul Mwirigi, and the Honorable David Ikaria. Honorable members, in light of the above cited anomalies and the formal protests received from members, I have disqualified the two persons from contesting in the election for the Speaker scheduled for today, 8th September 2022. Cognizant of the fact that the willful submission of documents containing misleading, falsified, or fraudulent information for use in proceedings of a very crucial nature by this House may constitute a criminal offense, I have formally requested the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to investigate the circumstances under which the documents were submitted and take appropriate steps thereafter. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Article 106 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, out of the 19 persons who completed and returned their nomination papers, the following two persons qualified as candidates for elections as Speaker of the National Assembly. 1. Kenneth Otiato Marende. 2. Moses Masika Wetangula. Honorable members, Standing Order 6 provides as follows regarding the voting procedure where more than one candidate qualifies to stand for election as a Speaker. 1. The election of the Speaker shall be by secret ballot. 2. The clerk shall at the commencement of each ballot cause a ballot box, empty and unlocked, to be displayed to the House, and shall, in the presence of the House, lock the box, which shall thereafter be kept in the full view of the House until the conclusion of the ballot. Honorable members, we shall shortly proceed to issue ballot papers to you, which will be issued by officers to each member in the manner I will guide. And so, when your name is called, you will receive one ballot paper at the table and proceed to the voting booth. Mark your ballot paper and proceed to cast your vote. For clarity, honorable members, a member who wishes to vote shall mark his or her ballot paper by placing a visible mark in the box provided for beside the name of the preferred candidate as a member wishes to vote for. Thereafter, the member should fold the marked ballot paper before leaving the booth and deposit the folded ballot paper in the ballot box. A member who in the process of voting has marked his or her paper in error may, by returning it to the clerk, obtain another ballot paper in its place. The initial ballot paper marked in error shall be marked cancelled and destroyed by the clerk. Honorable members, when it appears to the clerk that all members who are present in the House and who wish to vote have voted and deposited their ballot papers in the ballot box, the clerk shall unlock the box, examine the ballot papers, and having rejected those unmarked or spoiled, report to the House the result of the ballot. May I also notify you, honorable members, that after the clerk has unlocked the ballot box, a member who has not already recorded his or her vote shall not be entitled to do so. The verification and counting of ballots shall take place in the presence of members appointed as agents or representatives by the candidates. For clarity, each candidate is allowed a maximum of one agent or representative for the purpose of the ballot. Honorable members, in line with the requirements of Standing Order 7.1, a person shall not be elected as Speaker unless supported by votes of 2/3 of all honorable members. The House is reminded that this 2/3 threshold is not a constitutional requirement, but a procedural step to ease the election of a Speaker on the first round of the ballot. The procedural threshold applies only to the first round of voting and does not affect the quorum required for the commencement and continuation of the sitting and the election. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 7.2, in the event that no candidate is supported by the votes of 2/3 of all members at the first round of voting, the candidate who receives the highest number of votes and the candidate who receives the next highest number of votes shall alone stand for election in the next round. The candidate who receives the highest number of votes in the second round shall stand elected Speaker. Honorable members, we have arranged the voting booths next to the dispatch table. There are two booths on each side of the table. Members on my right hand side will cast their ballots in the voting booth placed on the side of their side at the table, and vice versa for the members on my left. Honorable members, before the House proceeds to vote, I wish to remind the House that this particular voting is by secret ballot. Members are not allowed to display their marked ballots to the House or to the galleries. Members from the media are also reminded to observe Rule 3 of the broadcasting rules in the first schedule to the standing orders. And for the avoidance of doubt, the said rule provides as follows, and I quote, "Wide-angle shots of the chamber shall be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken so as to show the manner in which a member has voted in any secret ballot." Having explained the voting procedure, I now wish to direct the Chief Sanjara Terms to open the ballot box and display it to the honorable members. Honorable members, you have witnessed for yourself that the ballot box is empty. And I now direct the Chief Sergeant at Arms to close and lock the ballot box. The next step before we start to call out names for members to come and vote is to inquire of the House of any member designated by the candidates as their agent or representative, which is strictly one agent or representative per candidate. If any, I request them to step forward and approach the table so that we can proceed. Honorable members, who is for Honorable Marende? Okay. Okay. So the Honorable TJ Kajwang. And who is for the Honorable Wetangula? The Honorable Dr. Pukose. Okay. Now, honorable members,
we have legitimate issues and interventions to make. You said that after this you are going to call me. That is why I'm asking that you should have allowed us to make interventions.
honorable members,
those people that will sit down. Sit down.
members, please be seated so that I can guide the House. Just be seated. Take your seats. Take your seats, honorable members. I want to guide the House. I will allow a few interventions from the members before we proceed to the ballot. And I will now allow the Honorable TJ Kajwang yes. Yeah, I will give you. I will invite you. Just one question.
Thank you, Madam Returning Officer. And first of all, because this is the first time we are interacting with the table, we want to thank you for preparing elaborately this House to enable to accommodate all of us. I have a constitutional fundamental issue to raise. And members who have been here before and members who are joining us for the first time, this is a debating chamber. And we'll be here for 5 years. And so all the issues that need to be spoken, which the nation needs to know, should be spoken, because that is why we have come, and that is why we took off to present these issues. And so I raise a constitutional fundamental issue on the candidate on the table, which is number 4, Honorable Senator Moses Wetangula, touching touching Madam Returning Officer, I am sure that when members will keep quiet and listen, they will be able to follow me and be able to respond. And all those issues can be responded to in a very civilized manner. Whether that candidate is legible as a candidate for Speaker. Madam Returning Officer, under the Constitution, Article 103, as read with Article 106, mandates that a person is qualified if that person is not a member of this House, and if he's a member of the other House, he has submitted his resignation to the Speaker. No, just give me time. You are an old man. You are an old man. No, don't say so. Use parliamentary words to me. Now, Madam Returning Officer, as much as I've been able to check out, the member who is number 4 is actually an elected senator of the other House. Now, if he is elected member of the other House, he ought to have presented this resignation to the Speaker. I have learned reliably that that person presented this resignation letter on 9th of August to the Speaker, allegedly to the Speaker of that House. Now, if you look at Article 10, when you look at allow me, order. Order. A day after the elections. I'm explaining myself, please. Now, the Speaker to whom he allegedly delivered his resignation letter was already an elected governor. It means according to the Constitution, 103 says that the term expires on 102 at the date of the general election. The term of this House and the term of the other House expired on 8th, not on 9th. The term of the Speaker of that House expired at that time when that person was elected as governor. It means that on 9th, there was no Speaker to whom the candidate would have given his election papers. So the fact of the matter is that if you have an office without a substantive holder thereof, then that office is no office. So if, as I am reliably informed, that he tendered his resignation to an office without the substantive member being, the substantive holder of that office being validly in that office, then he resigned to no Speaker. I ask you, Madam Returning Officer, because this is a very, it is not, no, he's a returning officer. By law, he's a returning officer. That is what he is, yes? This is an issue which is not only important to us, but important to all those other candidates who have a valid, some of them who are not in this House, who have a valid responsibility to ask. The last one, and this may draw a lot of protestation from somebody who does not like my thinking, and in this House, we must not like each other's thinking. The same person that is the candidate, there is a valid resolution of this House. There is a valid resolution of this House, which in record, saying that that particular person is not eligible to hold a public office in Kenya. Madam Returning Officer, this is a house of records. This is a house of records. There is a resolution of this house, passed by this house, implementable by this house, that the person should not hold a public office arising out of matters concerning integrity. So in both those grounds, I ask you, Returning Officer, to find that one Moses Wetangula is not eligible to be a candidate for the Speaker of this House. I thank you so much. Speaking in this House is very easy.
Honorable members, I will now allow the Honorable Ichung'wah to raise his point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. And let me just begin by thanking the Honorable TJ Kajwang for that point of order. Although unfortunately, Honorable Clerk, and I would really beg this 13th Parliament that we allow each other time to be heard, because the Honorable TJ Kajwang has a right to raise whatever issue he wants to raise, and we all have a right to respond, and eventually the presiding officer will probably make a determination. But allow me to just go straight to some of the issues that the Honorable TJ Kajwang has raised. And it is indeed true that one can only be elected as Speaker if you are not a sitting member of Parliament. That includes members of the Senate. But it is also not true what the Honorable TJ Kajwang alleges, that the Honorable Senator Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. It is indeed preposterous for the Honorable TJ Kajwang to make an allegation in this House that he cannot substantiate by way probably of tabling a copy of that letter that he purports the Honorable Senator Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. It is also in my know, Honorable Clerk, that the Honorable Moses Wetangula indeed resigned 2 days after the gazettement of senators by IEBC in the Kenya Gazette. And those are facts. And I want to believe, Madam Clerk, that in your office you have a copy of that letter, which the Honorable TJ Kajwang does not have. What is purporting here can only be equated to what they said was opaque. Honorable Speaker, it is also not true that indeed when the Constitution that the Honorable TJ Kajwang is quoting says that the term of the 12th Parliament ended on the 8th of August. It is true for the Honorable TJ Kajwang and myself and the Honorable Senator Wetangula, who was a senator in the 12th Parliament. But the office of the Speaker exists in perpetuity. And until another Speaker, today as we speak, Madam Clerk, Speaker J.B. Muturi is still the Speaker of the National Assembly until a new Speaker is elected this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, what's the Honorable TJ Kajwang, and he knows because he's a seasoned lawyer, he knows what he's telling the country on live television as a lawyer is not true, because the Speaker's office exists into perpetuity, and it will until and unless we elect a new Speaker. Speaker J.B. Muturi remains in office. In fact, as we speak, TJ Kajwang, you know Speaker Muturi is seated in his office and transacting business. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, let me not even belabor that point. Honorable Speaker, I just want to beseech that we do not spend a lot of time arguing things that could be described as rumors, hot air, things that are opaque. And Honorable Speaker, I would beg that you, Honorable Clerk, I would beg that you stick to the rules and procedures of this House and occasion the election of a new Speaker to progress without wasting much time. We saw these shenanigans in Bomas of Kenya. The same people who were in Bomas, some of them are here, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, and I really want to beg that you do direct that we proceed. Thank you, Honorable Clerk.
Honorable members, I will allow 2 more members. I will allow the Honorable Wandai. Yes, it's a different issue. Not about election of speaker. Okay, then I will allow the Honorable Duale, please.
Honorable Madam Acting Clerk and the Returning Officer. Madam Acting Clerk, and I think I want first to ask the House that it's great to welcome the new members and everybody here in the 13th Parliament. Honorable TJ, and I really want us to listen to each other, and then at the end of the day, we will vote. Honorable TJ raised 2 issues, and Honorable Ichungwa answered 1. Honorable Madam Acting Clerk, I want to refer you to Article 74 of the Constitution. And it says, before assuming a state office, or acting in a state office, or performing any function of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath of or affirmation of office in a manner and form prescribed by the 3rd schedule under an Act of Parliament. Madam Acting Clerk and the presiding officer for this afternoon, until this morning, before I took an oath as a member for Garissa Township, I was not a state officer. And in that consequence, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula ceased to be the senator for Bungoma on the 9th of August 2022. From the 9th of August to this afternoon, the Honorable Moses Masika, before he submitted his resignation, is a senator-elect. Is a senator-elect, and so is not a state officer. And in that consequences, Madam Acting Clerk, in fact, my submission to you is that based on Article 74 of the Constitution, and that you become a state officer on the basis when you take an oath or an affirmation, Honorable Moses Wetangula, senator-elect, was not under any legal or constitutional obligation even to resign. Resign from what? Resign from what? Because he is not a state officer. 2, Madam Speaker, and that is based on Article 74 of this Constitution. 2, Madam Speaker, the Honorable TJ has raised a report, an advance report of this House, a resolution of this House that indicted Senator-elect and the candidate of this afternoon. Madam Acting Clerk, I want to prove to you that I had the privilege and to be a member of that 10th Parliament, in which Honorable TJ Kajwang was not a member. And that report was done by the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, in which a ranking member was the chair, the Honorable Eden Kainan. And based on that report, the Honorable Moses Wetangula stepped aside. Madam Acting Clerk, you know resolutions of this House is always based on further investigation by other agencies within the criminal justice system. That this House doesn't have the tools and the equipment to do a serious investigation. So the resolution of this House was sent to other bodies, the way we do, to the DCI, to the Auditor General, to the AACC. And I want to confirm that those agencies have cleared Moses Masika Wetangula and President Kibaki reappointed Moses Wetangula back to his ministerial position. So, Madam Speaker, facts speak for themselves. And Mr. Speaker, let us not use the law selectively. Speaker, we need to vote. Today we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker. All of us sitting here, apart from the nominated members, we have been dealing with the voters. But today we are voters ourselves. And we must exercise our constitutional right as 349 members. The law is very clear. Even if, and I want to challenge, even if Moses Masika Wetangula did not resign and did not brought you a resignation letter based on Article 74 of the Constitution, the Honorable Moses Wetangula is not a senator of the 13th Senate, of the 3rd Senate, because he has not taken the oath of office. And the moment all of us took an oath of office this afternoon, from morning, we now become state officers, so that you can resign. So, Madam Speaker, let us not have a debate. Let us give chance. These members have an opportunity. They have a constitutional right. Madam Acting Speaker, we have a very daunting task ahead of us. So that report was not tabled. I think myself, Honorable Bandi, Honorable Kainan, there are very few of us who are in the 10th Parliament who know that report. So let us, those who want to vote for Kenneth Marende, I have served under him as a speaker. Those who want to vote for Moses Masika Wetangula, they will vote for him. Let us stop the shenanigans and sideshows. Like the Senate, let us go and have a speaker so that next week we go to orientation and we start implementing the Kenya Kwanza Hustler Fund as fast as possible.
Honorable members, before I rule, it is only fair that I have given 3 members on this side to speak. I will give 3 members on this side to speak. You okay? You okay? Okay. Okay then. I will allow the Honorable Bandi, please. Let me give the Honorable Bandi.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me also to, she's presiding over the elections. She may be returning officer. I don't know whether she was gazetted or she gazetted herself. But I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate all members who have made it to the 13th Parliament. I know it was not easy, but having said that, allow me just to say one thing. Madam Presiding Officer, this matter, I think, even if it may not be resolved today and we'll proceed and vote, it is something that the people of Kenya need to look at. At what point would an elected member be considered a member of Parliament? By the time, that is your opinion, let me speak my opinion. I'm intelligent enough. Assuming office is not the same thing as being elected. The moment the returning officer in your electoral area pronounces you as elected, it is only the court of law. It is only the court of law which can reverse that decision. whether you take oath of office or you don't take oath of office. Once you have been elected, pronounced as such, gazetted in the Kenya Gazette, as a senator, you become a senator-elect. Whether there is elect after your name or the senator, it is still there. So this is a matter that cannot just be wished away. In fact, I think the people of Kenya made a mistake when we passed this constitution. There is a law, when you look at the constitution, just a minute, when you look at the constitution, Madam Presiding Officer, the constitution speaks to no one can be a member of parliament if you are a state officer, but goes ahead to exempt serving members of parliament from running. Now the same should have happened. I don't see why a sitting member of National Assembly cannot run for the office of the Speaker and resign after being elected. That is what happened in 2008 when Kenneth Otiato Marende was the MP for Emuhaya. So if something is wrong with our laws, we need to accept it. Let us not speak, just take sides. You took an oath just a few minutes ago to protect this constitution. There is a problem in the constitution, we need to fix it. But as it is today, there is gray area. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, whether you let Honorable Moses Wetangula to run or not, the people of Kenya will have to deal with the elephant in the room, that there is a problem with that provision of the law requiring even sitting members of parliament to resign before they become the Speaker of either House of Parliament. I submit my case.
Let us vote. Let's vote.
Thank you very much, Acting Clerk. I'd like to thank you. And I'd just like to say that I believe in freedom of speech. But I just want to raise, Madam Clerk, pursuant to Standing Order number 83, as read together with Standing Order number 107. I'm very surprised that you've been allowing people who have been in this house for some time just to rise on points of order based on no particular order. You know, you know, like my very good friend, Honorable Mbadi, I respect him a lot, but he just rose on no point of order. But you know, there was no debate. There's no debate. There is no bill. There is no bill in the House, Madam Acting Clerk. I would like to say this. One, Madam Clerk, you have issued a statement. My very good friend, the Honorable TJ Kajwang, who is a lawyer like myself, he knows that once you have issued a statement, your statement is either factual, in accordance with this House and Standing Orders and the Constitution, or he gives further information that he has. But he cannot bring third-rate hearsay into this House to challenge your statement. You know, your statement cannot be challenged on the basis of what somebody has heard. You must produce documentary evidence to countenance your statement. In the absence of that, Madam Clerk, you should rule everybody out of order. May I read, Madam Clerk? According to Standing Order 107, a member commits an act of disorderly conduct of that member if he deliberately gives false information to the House. We were told that Senator Moses Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. That information has not been given to us here. And you just allowed that member just to sit. And he's a very senior member in the bench, of the bar. And I have a lot of respect for him. My submission, what I'm going to vote. My submission, Madam Clerk, in the absence of any documentary contrary, I submit that we vote. Thank you.
Honorable members, I would like to respond to the issues that have been raised. Yeah. So members, if you could be silent, I will I will respond on the matters that have been raised concerning one of the candidates who is standing for election. And I want to respond as follows, generally, especially on the matters that have been raised by the Honorable TJ Kajwang, who has asked a question about a person who is elected as a member of parliament, and in this case, a senator, whether this senator is eligible for election as a speaker. And I have also listened to the various submissions on the matter by the members who have spoken from both sides of the House. I have also looked at the relevant provisions of the Constitution and the law, and I now wish to communicate my findings on this matter. Honorable members, Article 106(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that there shall be a Speaker of each Parliament who shall be elected by the House in accordance with the standing orders from among persons who are qualified to be elected members of Parliament but are not such members. The relevant qualification for election as a member of Parliament are set out in Article 99(1)(a) and (b) of the Constitution. That is, that the person is registered as a voter and also has satisfied any educational, moral, and ethical requirements prescribed by the Constitution or by an Act of Parliament. Additionally, Article 99(2) provides that a person is disqualified from being elected a member of Parliament if that person is a state officer or a public officer other than a member of Parliament, has at any time within the 5 years immediately preceding the date of election held office as a member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has not been a citizen of Kenya for at least the 10 years immediately preceding the date of the election, is a member of a county assembly, is of unsound mind, is an undischarged bankrupt, is subject to a sentence of imprisonment of at least 6 months as at the date of registration as a candidate or at the date of election, or is found in accordance with any law to have misused or abused a state or public office, or in any way to have contravened the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Honorable members, let me just go through my finding. First thing I would want to say about the issues that have been raised by members is that on the 5th of September, after the candidate submitted his nomination papers, the candidate in question, pursuant to Standing Order 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I did write to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission seeking confirmation as to whether this particular candidate is qualified to be elected as a member of Parliament under Article 99 of the Constitution, and whether or not is such a member. In a letter dated 6th, please just listen. In a letter dated 6 September 2022, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission wrote back to me, confirming that pursuant to Article 99 of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Election Act, number 24 of 2011, Moses Masika Wetangula is a registered voter. Fact number 105, 121, 119, 09, 45, 11 in Kambuchai constituency. And the independent and the IEBC indicated that he is duly qualified to contest for election as Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable members, as you all know, the IEBC is a body established by Article 88 of the Constitution of Kenya and charged with the registration of voters and registration of candidate for election. So the determination by the Commission is formally on record in my office. Secondly, honorable members, now allow me to draw you to Article 74 of the Constitution, which the Honorable Duale has made reference to, and which provides that before assuming office, or a state office, acting in a state office or performing any functions of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath or affirmation of office in the manner and form prescribed by the third schedule or under an act of parliament. It should also be noted that the third schedule to the Constitution sets out various forms of national oaths of affirmation for state officers, including the one for members of parliament. Honorable members, a comparative glance, even at jurisdictions elsewhere in the world, and I would like to quote the United Kingdom, a member of parliament is not deemed to be a member until that person has taken the required oath of office. In the United Kingdom, honorable members, members of both houses of parliament are required by law to take an oath of allegiance to the crown, and MPs cannot take their seat, speak in debates or vote or receive a salary until they have taken oath of affirmation. In fact, in the UK, the seats could be declared vacant if you make such a mistake. And in the United States of America, the Constitution also requires members of the Congress to take and to be bound by an oath of office of affirmation as such. So members usually take the oath before they have assumed office. In view of the stated provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution, members, it is clear that a person who has been elected to serve as a member of parliament retains his status as a member of the public until they assume office as a member of parliament by taking or subscribing to the oath or affirmation of a member of parliament as set out in the third schedule to the Constitution. And lastly, honorable members, let me finish. In any event, even if we were to overlook the provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution relating to the assumption of office, as I have enumerated, and argued that there was need for the senator to resign from office, may I now confirm that I am in receipt of a letter dated 29th August, written by the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, addressed to the Speaker of the Senate, in which he communicated in writing to the Speaker of the Senate his decision to resign from his position as a senator-elect for Bungoma. Now, this letter is addressed to the office of the Speaker of the Senate, which, by virtue of the provisions of Article 106(1)(2), only became vacant when the new Senate first met today. So the spirit of the Constitution espoused under Article 103(1)(c) is that the seat automatically becomes vacant upon receipt of the resignation of a letter, and there is no corresponding obligation imposed on the Speaker to accept or decline the resignation. Therefore, honorable members, in the present circumstances, and guided by the provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution, and the letters from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission and from the Honorable Moses Wetangula, I have satisfied myself that the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula is qualified for election as a Speaker of the National Assembly. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable members, I would like us now to proceed. I would like us to proceed now to start the process of voting. And I now invite the Deputy Clerk to call out the names, after which, when your name is called, you will be issued with a ballot paper, and we shall proceed with voting. Thank you.
Duale Aden Bare. The people with disabilities. Ngongo John Buddy. Maalim Farah. Maisha. Disability. Mumo Rose Museo, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Lomwa Joseph Samal.
It's a must that somebody gets the card round one. Then we'll go to round two.
Sir, use this one. The other one is not audible.
Honorable members, I will allow the clerks to take the papers to the members with disability, please. That is Honorable Lomwa Joseph Samal, the Honorable Masara Peter Francis, and the Honorable Koskei Jackson, and also the Honorable Mumo Ross Museo.
Chumuel Samuel Moroto, Rai Samuel Gonzi, Welie Adan Keinan. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir, Hassan Abdi Yusuf, Kiunjuru Festus Mwangi, Lokuton Joseph. Mbiuki Jafet Biriki Kareke, Odhiambo Mili Grace Akot, Sirma Musa Cherutich, Wanjala Rafael Sauti Bita. Abdul Rahim Dawood, Arama Samuel, Aramat Lemanken, Badi Twalib. Bowen David Kagongo, Chege Sabina Wanjiru, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel, Chesebe Fred Kapondi. Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph, Gakuya James Mwangi, Gikaria David, Gimose Charles Gumini. Ichungwa Anthony Kimani, Injendi Moses Malulu, Kaluma George Peter Opondo, Kanchori Elijah Memusi. Kiaraho David Njuguna, Kihara Jane Wanjiru Njeri, Kingola Patrick Makau, Kibuot Julius Meli, Kipiogon Johanna Ngeno.
Honorable members, a question has been raised by a member. I just want to give you guidance because a member has raised concern about how to mark the ballot paper. And the standing orders 6 of our National Assembly standing orders provide that you are supposed to mark the ballot paper by placing a mark in the space opposite the name of the candidate. I would urge members to put a tick or an X, but any other mark would be a mark. But put an X or a tick, but just a mark would be sufficient. You will not be disqualified. Yes, yes. Put a mark inside the place provided for you to mark. I would appreciate a tick or an X, but any mark is accepted.
Kombe Harrison Garama, Correres Sara Paulata, Koi John Waluke, Koyo James Onyango, Langat Benjamin Kipkurui, Balu Jessica Nduku Kiko, Boko Mishi Juma Hamisi, Mbui Robert, Mohammed Junaid Sheikh Nur, Mule Stephen Mutinda. Mulu Makali Benson, Musau Vincent Musioka, Naika Johnson Manya, Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Nyamai Recho Kaki, Nikal James Wambura, Ochieng David Ouma, Odanga Geoffrey Makoha, Oduor Christine Ombaka, Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Owor Joshua Aduma, Kosing David Lesiaku, Pukose Robert, Raso Dido Ali, Robi Mataz Nyamabe, Shimbwa Omar Munyi, Shinyali Bernard Masaka, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Sudi Oscar Kipchumba, Sunkuli Julius Lekakenyi.
Naona walishindwa Senate.
Thank you.
Wahome Alice Mudhoni, Wandai James Opio, Wangwe Emmanuel, Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin, Cholule Liza Chipkorir, Lesuda Josephine Naisula, Wanjira Martha Wangari, Aburi Lawrence Mpuru, Muhia Wanjiku. Oundo Wilberforce Odiambo, Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh, Adagala Beatrice Kahai, Akuja Protas Ewasit, Alpha Miruka Ondieki, Amolo Paul Otiende, Atandi Samuel Onunga, Badar Salim Faisal, Baya Owen Ya, Bedzimba Rashid Juma, Buyu Rosa Akinyi. Chege John Kiragu, Chepkwoni Charity Katambi, Gachobe Samuel Kinudia, Gatiru Benjamin, Gitari Joseph Gachoki, Gitau Faith Wairimu, Gidinji Robert Gichimu, George Macharia Karioki, Gogo Lilian Achieng, Guyo Ali Wario.
Another batch, okay.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Hassan Kulo Maalim, Hiribae Said Buya, Kagesi Kivai Ogesi, Kahangara Joseph Mburu, Kalasinga Joseph Simiu Wekesa Majimbo, Kamene Joyce, Kamuren Charles, Kandie Joseph Chebiogon, Karani Stephen Washira.
Tunaenda tu second round. Alafu 340 also has not been sworn in. Lakini hapa pick up 340 not sworn in. 2 Bidu Mohammed. She was not sworn in. Bidu. 340. Baada huko ni mbali, mtu mwingine tunaongea. Ngoja.
Nimefika hapo.
Ngoja. Hao wako wengi sana.
Number 49 mbona nimeitwa?
Naika
49.
Uliitwa.
Nimeitwa. Nenda tu upige.
Ingia tu pale.
49.
Nimekuja.
Karemba Eric Muchangi, Kasalu Irene Modoni, Kasait William Kamket, Katana Paul Kahindi, Kemei Justice Kipsang, Kemero Maisori Marwa, Kimani Francis Kuria, Kimulu Joseph Kivinda, Kingara Simon Nganga, Kirima Moses Guchine, Kitty Richard Ken Chonga.
But I realized this one is different. It's different. To be Bidu Mohammed. Around 340 or 341. That is that one was sworn in. One has not been sworn in. It's 340 also. I don't know why. It's the same number. Yeah. Not sworn in. Hapo umefika
Koech Nelson, Kosgei Hilary Kiplangat, Kwenya Duku Zakari, Jackson Leku Montare, Peter Locha Kapong, Luyai Kalebamisi, Mawade Julius Musili, Bai Nimrod Bituka, Mizigi Lydia Haika, Mohammed Ali. Momanyi Innocent Obitu, Mongina Jerusha Momanyi, Mushira Michael Mwangi, Muhanda Elsie, Muiruri Mudama Stanley, Muhwana Titus Hamala, Muli Fabian Kule, Muliung Gideon Mutemi, Murugara George Gitonga, Rindikiri Mugambi.
The only people who are there are the ones who are waiting. Now, agent, I don't know whether you can get Kajua ni agent. No, we are almost there. We are almost there. We are almost there.
Members, please, I would like to request the members who have voted to clear the voting area so that we are able to allow other members to vote. Thank you. Members, please, once you have voted, clear the voting area to allow other members to vote. Thank you.
Mutua Didimas Wekesa Barasa, Mutunga John, Mwakuona Danson, Mwale Nicholas Tindi, Mwalika David Mboni, Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu, Mwirigi John Paul, Nabulindo Peter Oscar, Dungu George, Nganga Alice Wambui. Ngikolong Nicholas, Nguna Charles Ngusia, Joroge Mary Wamaua, Ntwiga Patrick Munene, Nyamita Mark Ogola, Nyamoko Joash Nyamache, Nyenze Edith Veti, Nyoro Samsung Ndindi, Zamba Tadeas Kizua, Nzengu Paul Musimi.
That she has voted. Barashi. Lakini utazoma tu. Utazoma tu because they are crossing. So she cannot vote twice. Yeah. I think you can call another note. Yeah. Another one.
Ndioka Erastus Kivasu, Obare Eve Akinyi, Obo Ruwaida Mohammed, Odege Tom Boya, Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng, Odoyo Okelo Jared, Oku Edward Kaunya, Okwame Andrew Adipo, Oluosh Anthony Tom, Omboko Milemba Jeremiah. Omwera George Aladwa, Ongili Babu Owino, Onyego Silvanas Osoro, Otucho Mary Emase, Owino John Walter, Owino Martin Peter, Oyula Joseph Maero, Pasaris Esther Mudoni, Paul Abuor, Risa Sankuya George. Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Sholei Gladys Bose, Shurie Abdi Omar, Sitenei Janet Jepkomboy, Tandaza Kasim Sawa, Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal, Tonui Joseph Kipkoske, Washira Rahab Mukami, Wamasukuru James Gidua. Wambilianga Catherine Nanjala, Wamuchomba Gadoni, Wangaya Christopher Aseka, Wanjiku John Juguna, Waweru John Kiarie, Were Charles Ongondo, Yegon Brighton Leonard, Yusuf Adan Haji, Elachi Beatrice, wa Naomi Jilo. Sagon Florence Jematia, Abdi Ali, Abdi Hamis, Abdirahman Hussein Mohammed, Abdirahman Mohammed Abdi, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Aburi Donya Doris, Ado Mohammed Adan, Ali Abdisarat Khalif, Barasa Patrick Simiyu, Barongo Nolfason Obadia.
No, Flikuita ni vile, I think it was consultations allowed. Sijafika? Andai? Kwa is a ranking member?
Unajua inarudi page 10, inarudi kwa hii. I have gone back to the below the order. Just a minute.
Ile ingine tulifanya.
Every page you mark it. Nasema wengine.
Sawa.
Bare Hussein Abdi, Bato Phyllis Jepkemoi, Basil Robert Ngui, Diego Paul Kibuchi, Bisau Morris Kakai, Bona Mumina Golo, Busia Ruth Adiambo Odinga, Buire John Okano, Caroline Jepto, Chebor Paul Kibet.
Flikuita mheshimiwa 72. 72. Just get him to the line. Yeah, come on.
Cherorot Joseph Kimutai, Chiforomodo Mangale Munga, Chimba Zamzam Mohammed, Denar Joseph Hamisi, Dabolen Pamela Njoki, Emate Joseph, Farah Yusuf Mohammed, Gachagua George N, Gichoi Kagucha John Philip, Gichuki Edwin Mugo, Gisairo Cliff Ombane. Guyo Ade Wario, Hamisi Kakuta Maimai, Haro Abdul Ibrahim, Harun Suleka Hulbale, Ikana Frederick Lusuli, Ikiara Dorothy Modoni, Iraya Joseph Wanaina, Idinji Shadrach Mwiti, Jaldesa Guyo, Jeho Fatuma Abdi. Jihanda Zahia, Kagiri Jane Wangeshi, Kagombe Gabriel Gatuka, Kahugu Eric Mwangi, Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu, Karauri Ronald Kamwiko, Karito Kiili Daniel, Kasiwai Rael Chepkomoi, Kimei Beatrice Chepngeno, Kode Felix Odiwar. Kiamba Susan Dunge, Kibagendi Anthony, Kihungi Peter Irungu, Kilel Richard Cheriot, Kipkoech Gideon Kimayo, Kipkoros Joseph Makilap, Kiplagat David, Kipngor Ruben Kiborek, Kiprono Mutai Alfred, Kirwa Abraham Kipsang, Kitani Marien Chebet. Kitilai Olentutu, Kitur Bernard Kibor, Koech Victor Kipngetich, Komingoi Kibet Kirui, Koril Adams Kipsanai, Yakub Ado Kuno, Karuria Elijah Njore Njoroge, Lelmengit Joseph Kipto Koske, Lengarus Pauline. Letipila Dominic Eli, Lynette Chepkorir, Logova Sloya Clement, Titus Loti, Mnaiba Julius Taitumu, Michelle Mohamed Sood, Maina Betinjeri, Maina Jen Jeri, Maina Mwago Amos, Maingi Mary, Makali John Okwisia, Mamwacha Onchoke Charles. Manduku Daniel Ogwoka, Marubu Monica Mudoni, Masito Fatuma Hamisi, Madenge Duncan Maina, Mayaka Irene Nyakerario, Mnyazi Amina Laura, Mogaka Stephen, Mohamed Abdikatir Hussein, Mohamed Adan Daudi, Mohamed Ulmkar Haron. Mohamed Fatuma Zinabu, Moka Nyakundi Jafot, Mrembo Irene Joki, Mugabe Innocent Maino, Muge Cynthia Chepkoskei, Mukunju John Gitonga Moniki, Mulana Geoffrey Ekesa, Mule Caleb Mutiso, Munyoro Joseph Kamau, Mpe Anthony Kenga. Muradha Ann Wanjiku Mugo, Muriu Wakili Edward, Murumba John Chikati, Mutuse Mwengi, Mwafrika Augustine Kamande, Mwalio Joshua Mbiti Mutua, Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto, Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru, Mwenje Mark Samuel Muriithi, Nabi Nabwera Daraja, Nabuin Paul Ekwom, na Moit John Ariko. Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Nebat Bernard Muriuki, Ngitit Cecilia Asinyen, Nguro Onesmus Ngogoyo, Omanyo Catherine Nahabi, Omondi Karoli, Orero Peter Ochieng, Oron Joshua Odongo, Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno, Oyugi Dick Maungu, Pareyo Agnes Mantaine, Ruku Geoffrey Karioki Kiringa, Ruto Julius Kipleting, Sakimba Parishina Samuel, Salasia Peter Kalerwa, Sankaire Lea Sopiato, Shake Peter Mbogo, Sheikh Umar Kar Kasim, Sigei Francis Kipiogon Arab. Siad Amina, Siyoi Lilian Chibet, Tonkeir Rebecca, Toroitish Timothy Kipchumba, Tungule Charo Kenneth, Wanaina Anthony Njoroge, Wanaina Michael Wambugu, Waidaka John Machua, Wamboka Nelson Jack. Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Yakub Farah Sala, Yegon Richard Kipkemoi.
communicate kama hakuna mtu. Communicate. But she ask them to take their seats.
Honorable members, we are almost coming to the conclusion of the voting. Before we do that, I have received a request from one member, the Honorable Murio Wakili, a member for Gatanga. He has indicated to me that he has spoiled his ballot. I will indulge to be issued with another ballot. I have the ballot that he had already marked, and I will proceed to cancel this ballot. Now I have cancelled it, and I have destroyed it. No, I am not. Yes.
We were not hard on the matter, and I raised objections on it. Yes.
He has, honorable members, the member has not cast this ballot.
Yes. But he has
so
made
because
a decision. The person has clearly marked the box, and he has not marked two boxes.
Since he has not cast his vote and he has made the request,
look at the standing order.
And he is
the
voting.
Standing order says in error. You have to prove that it is in error. Look at that standing order. Refer to it. No. I'm doing my work as an agent. Look at that. It means you have to show that it is in error.
Honorable members, to the best of my knowledge, voting is you vote by will. You vote for who you desire to vote for. So I will allow the member to pick another ballot and vote according to his will. Yes.
Now, Ndombi, has that ballot been registered as a spoiled ballot?
Yes.
As a spoiled ballot? So the person is not entitled to a reissue?
No, he has been reissued. In fact, he has voted.
Hii sheria gani sasa nyinyi mnafanya?
He has voted.
Hata ya Chebukati si hivyo. If you have spoiled your ballot box, huwezi kupata kura ingine.
But the communication was, if you spoiled, you are reissued with a new one.
Murui Wakili Edward.
Share vote. Huh? The vote. Yes, cast. So, she continue to the next.
Ule share vote.
Yeah, sawa. So, I'm a vote. So you next go to the next. Confirm whether there is.
Honorable members, is there any other member who has not voted and would like to vote? Any other member present in the chamber who has not voted and would like to vote? So, honorable members, it appears to me that the last ballot has been cast. However, if there is any member who has not voted, he or she may now step forward and vote. Is there any? Okay, there is none. So, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 6.6, it does therefore appear to me that every member present who wish to vote has voted. Now, therefore, I invite the two agents, one for each candidate, to come forward and witness the counting.
Witness the counting.
I see the agents have stepped forward. I now order that the ballot boxes be unlocked for examination of the ballot papers. And I further direct that each ballot paper be examined once the boxes are open. Officers, please proceed to count and tally the votes.
This is how we'll do it. I'll be picking a ballot paper. I display it. I read out the name. I display it. And then we have two officers who are holding the ballot papers. One is holding for Honorable Marende. The other officer is holding for Honorable Tutangula. We have officers here who are also doing tallying. But at the end, we will also count again, one by one. That in order?
That's okay.
Good.
Can you allow those clerks who are there to tally what
Yes. You tally the totals. Give us your tally.
Yes.
Okay. Moses Masika Wetangula.
Yes.
Right? Who is holding Masikas? You can't be behind. Sit here. So that full view. The other officer should be there also. Moses Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Moses Masika Wetangula. Moses Masika Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Moses Masika Wetangula. Moses Masika Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Could members kindly clear from here? We only want the officers and the tellers. Members kindly clear from here. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Please push back a bit. Kindly. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, 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 Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, 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 Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Spoiled. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Please open the second ballot for me.
Now open.
This one is spoiled. Hadi. Rejected. It's there. Rejected. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Rejected.
No, there is a mark there.
Disputed.
No, Ikosawa. No, it is completely full.
Disputed.
Ikosawa.
Disputed.
It can't be disputed.
Disputed. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Wetangula, 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 Marende, 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 Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula,
How many marks across? Swali. Pamoja. 1 mark.
Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende,
Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, 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 Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende. The small piece here
It's part of the other one.
that seems to be part of this.
Yes.
I will leave it to the tellers.
No, it is part of that. It is all of this out. It is, yes. complete. Okay, let us argue that it is
Thank
complete.
you. We will call it disputed. In the meantime, we will do the tally.
But why can't we sort it out? That is part of that.
It is the returning officer will say.
Okay.
Right. Sorry, I needed to show you that there's nothing there.
Okay.
I needed to show you that there's nothing there.
I've seen it on behalf of DJ. I've seen on your behalf. There is nothing.
So, disputed, hold it, read it. All members, let me please push behind. Let me push behind, and we will start counting. I will start with Honorable Mareno. Tell us.
Yes.
Tell us, officers.
I'm here.
Do I have your permission?
Yes.
And I say, hey, Honorable TJ, I am starting, and when I count, I'll return it back. So this is for Honorable Marende.
Okay.
This is for Honorable Marende. Honorable Mbaya, please. You're not a teller. So we start.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 28, sorry, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130.
For Marende.
That's for Marende. 130. Please get envelopes. Seal these papers on an envelope. Don't seal yet because we'll use the boxes. We're going to use those boxes. Don't seal. Don't seal. Okay. Tango. We're counting for Honorable Tango, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48,
49. That is 49. The one you've dropped now is 49.
Sure?
Yes.
49.
So you are going to 50, yeah.
Okay. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. Let's hold on. Right? This is 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214. Tell us for rectangular.
It is there. That is it. 214.
214 on that. Is that the same number you have?
The same number.
Same number? Good. Now we have one disputed.
One disputed.
We have one disputed. So we'll ask
agree.
So I'll ask the tellers. So
I think we can agree. DJ. It is okay. Okay. Yes, agreed.
For who?
Rectangular.
For rectangular.
Yes. So it becomes 215.
So for rectangular is how many?
215.
215. For Marende?
130.
Spoiled oats?
1.
This one?
Rejected.
Rejected vote?
1.
1. Abstention?
0.
Abstention?
Nobody recorded.
So let's do the tally. Yes, sir.
Can they register?
Can the officers...
This comes to 340...
The officers who are the
345, 346.
Ms. Maritim, Mr. Finley. Ms. Maritim.
This comes to 346. $346, meaning you have 3 members who did not vote.
Mr. Tiampati, how many? Your list.
Okay.
346. Miss Maritim, where is the list?
Susan.
That you are cancelling with Mr. Finley.
So one has not been sworn in, one is sick, and then the other one? Huh? Okay.
Miss Maritim, Mr. Finley Morioki. Yes?
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Kipindi cha upishi bora sasa kimetiwa viungo muhimu na kuongezwa utamu wake. Mapishi si mapishi tu, ila sasa ni starehe tupu.
Ukikula hii kichwa ya samaki, unakuwa mrefu zaidi.
Katika kipindi hiki tunakupa fursa ya kula gumzo huku tukiendelea na upishi.
Sasa ile tunaisemanga tu mara moja kwa mwaka ama mara moja kwa mwezi, hapana. Iwe kama wimbo.
Oh, unamsurprise. Bana. Breakfast. Do men do that?
Tunafanya mashindano ya upishi, kutandika meza na kuwa na singles edition ambapo single men na single ladies wanajitosa na kuonyesha umahiri wao jikoni.
Blues. That is the winner.
Unaandaliwa chakula cha kitamaduni na cha kizungu, unatangamana na wapishi wa humu nchini na wa kimataifa. Unafunzwa kuoka mikate na kuandaa sharubati. Pia tunakupa ushauri wa upakuzi wa chakula na kukupa ushauri wa lishe bora.
Mtazamaji, sijui kama unashai taste food hadi unasikia za kulia.
Ni katika sura mpya kipindi cha upishi bora na Maureen Wanjiru.
Next on Mama Yangu.
Anko Rena. Pardon, umesema Rusia. Mama yangu.
Iko hivi Rena.
Yuko jera.
Hiyo mambo ya madhe umechukuliaje?
Maji nishazoea. But unajua nilikuwa nashindwa. Atachukuliaje hii relationship yetu? Sure.
Mimi sijakasirika nawe, si ndio?
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Hii ni Mwale saa moja na Esther Njoroge.
Sadakta kabisa mpenzi mtazamaji, na kukaribisha katika habari za Mwale saa moja. Jina langu ni Esther Njoroge, mtafsiri kwa lugha ya ishara ni Vivian Wangeshi. Tuna mengi ambayo tumekuandalia, lakini wacha tukapata vidokezo. Amason Jeffa Kingi achaguliwa kuwa spika wa Seneti, naye Kathuri Murungi kama naibu wake.
Mimi Amason Jeffa Kingi nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama spika wa Seneti.
Watu watatu wafariki baada ya ajali ya magari iliyofanyika barabara kuu ya Namanga.
After tumepita roadblock kidogo, nikasikia kama ni impact na gari lose control, ambapo nilijaribu kuidhibiti lakini kanilemea.
Takriban watalii 40 waliokuwa wamekwama katika jiji la Mombasa wahamishwa hadi jiji la Nairobi. Karibu. Aliyekuwa gavana wa Kilifi Amason Kingi amechaguliwa kuwa spika wa Seneti baada ya kupata kura 47.
Mimi Amason Jeffa Kingi nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama spika wa Seneti, naapa kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa watu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwamba nitatekeleza kwa uaminifu na uangalifu kazi zangu kama spika wa Seneti, kwamba nitatii, nitaheshimu, nitahifadhi, nitalinda na nitaitetea hii katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kwamba nitatenda haki kwa watu wote kulingana na hii katiba ya Kenya na sheria na desturi za bunge, bila uoga au upendeleo, upendo au chuki. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
Mimi Murungi Kadhuri, nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama naibu spika wa Seneti, na hapa kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa watu na Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwamba nitatekeleza kwa uaminifu na uangalifu kazi yangu kama naibu spika wa Seneti, kwamba nitatii, nitaheshimu, nitahifadhi, nitalinda na nitaitetea hii katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kwamba nitatenda haki kwa watu wote kulingana na katiba ya Kenya na sheria na desturi za bunge, bila uoga au upendeleo, upendo au chuki. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
Honorable members, please take your seats.
Kwingineko, watu watatu wamefariki baada ya gari waliokuwa wakisafiria kwenye barabara kuu ya Namanga katika eneo la Ibisil kugongana na lori, ambapo wawili walifariki papo hapo huku mwingine akifariki alipokuwa akipelekwa hospitalini. Dereva wa gari hilo la aina ya Toyota Kadlina alinusurika na kutoroka baada ya ajali hiyo, huku abiria mmoja akiwachwa na majeraha, ambapo anaendelea kupokea matibabu katika hospitali ya rufaa ya Kajiado. Mwanahabari wetu Margaret Kamau ana habari zaidi.
Watu watatu wamefariki baada ya gari walilokuwa wakisafiria kwenye barabara kuu ya Namanga katika eneo la Ilbisil kugonga lori na kusababisha ajali iliyotokea jana jioni na kuwaua watu watatu, ambapo wawili walifariki papo hapo huku mwingine akifariki alipokuwa akipelekwa hospitalini.
Kutoka ndani ya gari kulipoangalia nyuma tukapata hiyo gari imeingia pia kwa mtaro ndani. Ndani yake kulikuwa na watu walikuwa watano, lakini kwa bahati mbaya kuna wawili walipoteza maisha yao hapo hapo. Dereva na mwenzake mbele walikuwa na injuries ambayo sio, ilikuwa kiasi. Askari walikuwa karibu, walijaribu kutoka ndani ya gari kutoroka, lakini askari wenye walikuwa karibu waliweza kuwashika, na wengine wakapelekwa hospitali, wengine wakapelekwa kituo cha polisi, ambapo tunangojea ripoti kutoka kwa sasa hizi.
Kamanda wa polisi kaunti ndogo ya Oloilai, Joseph Mutiria, amethibitisha kutokea kwa ajali hiyo, akisema gari hilo dogo lilikuwa likiendeshwa kwa kasi, ambapo liligonga lori hilo kutoka upande wa nyuma na kusababisha ajali hiyo.
Driver alijaribu as much as possible kuirudisha kwa line, but ilimshinda, so tukakuja na kutoka hapo hiyo mpaka hapa mahali tuko, tukaanguka tukabirengika na so sisi tulifaulu kutoka ndani, ndio tukakuja kuangalia nini ilikuwa ilitugonga na nyuma, tukarealize ni hiyo gari ndogo ndio ilitugonga na nyuma, nayo pia ilikuwa imeenda kwa mtaro, imebondeka. Ilikuwa na abiria kadhaa ambao kwa bahati mbaya wawili wamepoteza uhai.
Mili ya watatu hao iliondolewa na kupelekwa hadi hifadhi ya maiti ya hospitali ya rufaa ya Kajiado, huku polisi wakianzisha uchunguzi kuhusu kisa hicho.
Wengine wameshikwa na polisi, wale wameumia wamepelekwa hospitali. So sisi tunangojea kuenda kupelekwa hospitali kwa tuangalie.
Nikiripotia Mwale saa moja, Margaret Kamau.
Shukran Margaret Kamau kwa habari hiyo. Wakazi wa kijiji cha Mutomo eneo la Gatundu Kusini kaunti ya Kiambu wamezua taharuki ya wezi wa mifugo kudaiwa kuanza kuwapulizia kemikali kabla ya kuvamia nyumba zao na kuiba mifugo. Kesi za wizi wa ng'ombe zimeongezeka katika kijiji hicho, huku kisa cha hivi punde kikitokea nyumbani kwa Gabriel Gatika, ambapo wahalifu hao waliiba kondoo 7 Jumanne usiku alipokuwa amelala. Tukio hilo linajiri siku 2 tu baada ya kondoo wengine 6 kuibiwa kwa mwanamke mzee wa jina Tabitha Gathoni. Mwanahabari wetu Stella Karioki ana habari zaidi.
Wakazi wa kijiji cha Mutumo, eneo la Gatondo Kusini, kaunti ya Kiambu, wamezua taharuki baada ya wezi wa mifugo kudaiwa kuanza kuwalipuzia kemikali kabla ya kuvamia nyumba zao kuiba mifugo. Gathoni alisema kondoo hao waliibiwa alipokuwa amelala na aliamka na kupata mabaki baada ya mifugo hiyo kuchinjwa na kupelekwa kuuzwa.
Bereni sisi hatukuwa tunaona hii shida tuko nazo hii mingi, lakini for the last 5 years tunaona hii mashida inaendelea kuongezeka. Hatuoni wakienda hiyo nini kwa msafara. Sijai kutana na wao. Hata kama wao huenda mimi sijui. Mimi kwangu mimi sijawahi ona. Hata wale ninauliza wanasema wao hawaoni. Sasa tunataka hata wao wanafanya patrol kila wakati.
Wenyeji hao wanasema kuwa wezi hao waliokuwa wamejihami kwa silaha nzito wamekuwa wakivamia nyumba nyakati za usiku wakiwa wamelala, kuamka na kukuta mazizi yao yakiwa tupu. Jambo la kushangaza ni kwamba wanyama hao huchinjwa haraka na kusafirishwa hadi kusikojulikana, huku wakiacha kwato na ngozi ambazo baadaye hulazimika kuzika.
Hapa ameibiwa mbuzi zote 7 na zimechinjiwa hapa tu karibu kwake. Na tukakuja na tukaconfirm that zimechinjiwa hapa, na hata venye walizichinja waliacha miguu na vichwa hapa, hakawaacha kadama kadogo hapa. Na sasa venye tungeweza kuuliza ni serikali ifanye kazi yake, na tutashikana na wao kama sisi wakaaji wa hapa, tukue pamoja na tuweze kuweka security hapa.
Francis Kimani ambaye ni mwenyeji alifichua kuwa ripoti nyingi zimefanywa katika kituo cha polisi cha Mutumo na kituo cha polisi cha Gatondo, lakini hakuna hatua iliyochukuliwa dhidi ya kuongezeka kwa ukosefu wa usalama.
Ng'ombe yangu nilitoa Kidhunguri, wote 100,000 ilipotelea hapa. Niliipeleka Katundu station. Hiyo mambo yangu ilienda namna gani? OCS Katundu, hii kesi yangu alipoteleza namna hiyo.
Waliotoa ripoti walifichua kuwa polisi wamekuwa wakiwashauri kuacha kufuga mifugo badala ya kuwapatia suluhu za ukosefu wa usalama. Nikiripotia Mwale saa moja, jina langu ni Stella Karioki.
Shukran Stella. Na kwa habari za hivi sasa ni kuwa Moses Wetangula ndiye spika wa bunge.
Sanjala terms. Proceed.
Madam Clerk, following your instruction. Madam Clerk, following your instructions, I now present to you Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula.
Congratulations, Mheshimiwa. Yes. Honorable members, I will now proceed to administer the oath of office to the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. Would you like to swear or to affirm?
Swear.
Swear with the Bible?
With the Bible.
English or Kiswahili?
Whichever. English.
Please proceed. And
I, Moses Francis Masika Wetangula, having been elected as Speaker of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of the National Assembly, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with this Constitution of Kenya and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God. Thank you.
now proceed to subscribe to the oath of office by signing the oath.
Honorable Speaker, congratulations on your election as the 8th Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, on whom falls the greatest responsibility of guardianship of the authority of this House. I do wish you well and commend that you submit to the will of the House. As you assume the office and embark on discharging the duties of the Speaker, I trust that you will find this set of past rulings by your predecessors most useful. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Go.
I want to go there. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, congratulations. Please do take charge of your house now. Honorable members, the Honorable Speaker presiding.
I see. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, the Clerk of the National Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the honorable members here assembled for the high honor that you have bestowed upon me by electing me as the Speaker of this august House. I accept and submit to your will, and I'm ready to serve as the 8th Speaker of the National Assembly since our independence. I commend all the citizens who expressed interest in becoming your Speaker by formally returning their nomination papers and laud the efforts of my worthy opponent in today's election, the Honorable Kenneth Otiato Marende, who also happens to have been one of my distinguished predecessors, having served as the 7th Speaker. My other distinguished predecessors include Sir Humphrey Slade, the Honorable Frederick Mbiti Gideon Mati, the Honorable Moses Kiprono Arap Keino, the Honorable Professor Kimetet Arap Ngeno, the Honorable Kausai Francis Xavier Olekaparo, and my immediate predecessor, the Honorable Justin Beda Njoka Muturi. I am eternally humbled and extremely privileged to now occupy this hallowed seat. Honorable members, when I look at you and visualize the grueling campaigns you have all undergone, I must say that I am proud of all of you for ultimately making it to this house a dream for everybody. I commend you. I'm delighted to note that over 55% of members of the last parliament have been re-elected. Of this category, 24 of you served in the previous parliaments. Your re-election demonstrates the confidence that the citizenry has in the leaders that they elect to this House. Spurred by this, we should therefore be confident that if we are true to our oath or affirmation of office and responsive to the needs of our people who are sovereign, we will always be the people's house. Allow me at this point, honorable members, to single out and congratulate part of the leadership of the last previous parliaments who have made it back to this House. These include the Honorable Aden Duale, who was the leader of the majority party in the 11th Parliament and the larger part of the 12th Parliament. My felicitations also go to the Honorable John Mbadi, the immediate former leader of the minority party, and his former deputy minority leader, the Honorable Robert Mbui. Permit me too to recognize the Honorable Farah Maalim, who served as the deputy speaker in the 10th Parliament. My congratulations also extend to the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, the immediate former majority whip, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the immediate former minority party whip, and the Honorable Jessica Mbalu, a former member of the Presidium. I welcome you back to the service of this House. Honorable members, the National Assembly of the 11th Parliament had 68 female members. That number increased to 76 in the last Parliament. Today, this 13th Parliament has seen the number rise to 82, with 29 women having been elected to represent single-member constituencies. This increase is a significant step towards achieving the aspiration of the gender parity in representation as desired by our 2010 Constitution. I wish to single out the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who is now serving her 4th consecutive term. I salute you, Member for Suba North, for your resilience and continued service to our nation. Particular mention also goes out to the Honorable Lynette Toto Chepkorir, member for Bomet County, who at the age of 24 is the youngest member of the 13th Parliament. Mheshimiwa, you are a great inspiration to the youthful leaders of this country, and we wish you well. I'm also reminded of the premium that our society now places on the leadership qualities of persons living with disabilities when I see seated in this chamber the Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi Wetangula, my young sibling and a leader in his own right. He now commences his 3rd term consecutive as a member of Parliament and is ably joined by the Honorable Rose Museo, serving her 2nd term, the Honorable 3rd term, the Honorable Joseph Samal Lomwa, who was here before and has come back for a 2nd term, the Honorable Jackson Kipkemoi Kosgei, and the Honorable Martin Pepela Wanyonyi. You are a great inspiration and a beacon of inclusive leadership in our great country despite the odds. Honorable members, I also do recognize and acknowledge the Honorable Samuel Moroto, the Honorable Adan Kainan, the Honorable Gonsirai, who are currently embarking on their 5th terms, thus becoming what we refer to in the parliamentary parlance as the fathers of the House. Their parliamentary experience shall enrich the deliberations and output of this House. Honorable members, for those who served in the 12th Parliament, you will recall that the standing orders were reviewed before the final adjournment of the House. Notably, the standing orders now allow for co-sponsorship of legislative proposals and bills by members. Members of this House shall also be able to co-sponsor bills with senators and vice versa, where an unidentified member shall be in charge of steering debate on a Senate bill in this House. This, in my view, is a progressive addition to the procedures of the House. Honorable members, the revision of the standing orders in the 12th Parliament also increased the number of the committees of the House. New committees include the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee, the Public Petitions Committee, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee, and the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. These changes and many others to the standing orders shall strengthen and streamline the workings of Parliament. Honorable members, my predecessor, the Honorable Justin Muturi, in his acceptance speech after being re-elected as Speaker for the 12th Parliament, undertook to implement a paperless system in the House. This was in line with the strategic pillar 4 of the Parliamentary Service Commission Strategic Plan 2019 to 2030 on the implementation of an e-Parliament by automating and digitizing all systems and processes. In this regard, I urge you all to be friends with the electronic gadgets in this House and in the committees. Honorable members, speaking of the Honorable Justin Muturi, what many of you may not know is that he's not just my predecessor. He was my roommate at the University of Nairobi, at the School of Law. He was also my classmate. He is my age mate and a long-time friend. We made our debut in Parliament together in the 7th Parliament. We were appointed earlier in our years as magistrates on the same date. Indeed, I do not know whether to call it fate, sheer coincidence, or maybe it's God's plan, but whatever it is, our paths in life have always met, and today they meet again. Indeed, although once in a while we have found ourselves in different political sides, our friendship with the Honorable Muturi goes back many years, and I'm therefore honored today to take over from my dear friend. Honorable members, the Honorable Justin Muturi shall be remembered for the great legacy and reforms he leaves behind, and you do not have to look further, just look around. Members who have previously served in this House can attest to this. Members of the 13th Parliament shall move into the new modern offices in the tall brown building you may have seen at the corner of the Parliamentary Square, a project that was well executed under Honorable Muturi's leadership. As the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, he has left behind an excellent and professional parliamentary service. His communications and rulings on various constitutional, practice, and procedural matters were landmark, novel, and rich in jurisprudence. I could go on, but all I can say, he did a great job for this House and this country. Honorable members, I am particularly honored that for the first time in the history of Parliament, the Honorable Justin Muturi has also set a precedent through a symbolic and formal handover process that you just witnessed when I was declared the Speaker. This is not only honorable, but it is an act that shall remind us for a long time of his great leadership style. The symbolic handover process by a Speaker should indeed be part of the traditions of this House, and it is a practice we should carry on. Having said this, join me now in applauding the former Speaker of this House, the Honorable Justin Muturi. Thank you. Honorable members, the author Gary Levy, in the book Speakers of the Canadian House of Commons, notes that presiding officers in the Commonwealth customarily relinquish their right to participate in debates. Put differently, despite the title, a speaker does not speak but allows members to speak and presides over debate in the House. I'm aware that the Constitution precludes the Speaker from voting on any question proposed for decision in the House. But as your Speaker, I'll let my work speak for me. Honorable members, in this 13th Parliament, I undertake to prioritize two key issues. These are enhancing public trust in this House and the institution of Parliament, and nurturing and upholding comity between our two houses and between the National Assembly and other arms of government, with particular attention to our judiciary, which has often appealed for reasonable consideration by the legislature. Honorable members, the Constitution states that the authority that has been assigned to you and I under oath is a public trust. Hubert Humphrey, the 38th Vice President of the United States of America, is quoted to have stated that, I quote, "Anyone who has ever been elected to public office understands that one commodity above all others, namely the trust and confidence of the people, is fundamental in maintaining a free and open political system." In assuming our respective offices in this House, we are under a constitutional obligation to discharge our mandate in a manner befitting the offices that we have been entrusted to hold. As your Speaker, I undertake to strengthen public trust in the institution of Parliament. I will be keen to midwife, through the Parliamentary Service Commission, live broadcast of committee proceedings and the full operationalization of Bunge TV channels to highlight the work done by this House and its members. In addition to the live broadcast of chamber proceedings, I will support efforts to further actualize the provisions of Article 119 of the Constitution on petitions made to the House by adequately facilitating the work of the new Public Petitions Committee. To my mind, ensuring meaningful access to the House will, like a transparent glass, make Parliament more visible, disrobed of the mystery that people might perceive of its processes. Honorable members, my second assurance to this House is that I will actively maintain committee with other constitutional bodies, promote consultation, and cultivate healthy relations with the bounds of our Constitution, within the bounds of our Constitution and our governing statutes. In the exercise of our oversight functions over state offices and public bodies, I will strive to ensure that all material information necessary for the work of Parliament is availed in a timely fashion by the persons in the National Executive ultimately responsible to this House. I shall strictly enforce the requirement enshrined under Article 153, 3 and 4 of the Constitution, which requires Cabinet Secretaries to attend before the committees of the House to exhaustively answer questions and give full and regular reports on matters under their control. Honorable members, indeed, as some of you may be aware, I served in this House as a member, as from the 7th Parliament, and I therefore fully understand what it is to be one of you. I have also been a senator, and hence I also fully understand what it is to be a sibling brother. I have served in the executive as a minister and assistant minister in different portfolios. I have led various reforms to the rules of procedure of this House during the 7th Parliament, and was the head of the delegation of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific EU Union Joint Assemblies, and internationally, I'll continue building on the long and rich relationship we have to not just with the SCP-EU, but also the East African Legislative Assembly, the Pan-African Parliament, regional integration bodies, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the International Parliamentary Union. Suffice to mention, honorable members, that the standing orders you enjoy using today with the committee system were drafted by yours truly, the late Bonaya Godana, Julius Sunkuli, whom I believe has been re-elected to this House, and one Bishop Kimani, then Member of Parliament from Nakuru. Honorable members, I have worn many hats, but one of the greatest leadership lessons I carry with me to date is that a leader is a servant of the people. I live by the great words of the 22nd and 24th U.S. President Grover Cleveland, who served between 1885 to 1889 and 1893 to 1897, who once said, and I quote, "Office holders are the agents of the people, not their masters." These words always ring true to me, and hence moving on, I will be your servant and your agent. My eyes shall be keen to see and listen to all of you. My office will not be an ivory tower, it will be accessible to all of you. Understand to be impartial and promise to see to it that you are able to effectively discharge your constitutional mandate. I am fully confident of building on the past successes of this House and charting new paths that will lead us to more glory and maintain this House as the pride of all Kenyans. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that the National Assembly has organized an induction retreat for all members of this House, which will take place from 18th to 24th September 2022 at a venue to be communicated in due course. This retreat will be a great opportunity for you to thoroughly acquaint yourselves with your mandate, parliamentary processes, and the secrets and tools that will give you a head start as in serving your electorate. I encourage you to attend all these sessions. Honorable members, I wish to commend the acting clerk of the National Assembly and her able team of officers for the successful conduct of the pre-swearing-in orientation last month. The acting clerk has informed me that more than 95% of the members turned up for this exercise. This is a clear sign of your passion to discharge your constitutional mandate, and I encourage all of you to maintain that enthusiasm to serve our people. Honorable members, as I conclude, I unequivocally submit myself to the collective will of this House and reiterate my singular desire to serve with the impartiality, fidelity to the Constitution and the laws of this land, our standing orders, practices, precedents, and traditions of this House. I thank you all. God bless Kenya. God bless our Parliament. Honorable members, I now direct the clerk to read the next order and proceed with the steps necessary for the election of the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Order number 4, election of the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I have the following report to make as a returning officer on this order. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces notified this first sitting of the National Assembly of the 13th Parliament via Gazette Notice number 10527 of 2022, dated 5th September 2022. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 1062A of the Constitution, the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly became vacant when the previous holder, as a member of the House, vacated the office under Article 103 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in exercise of the power conferred by Standing Order number 13, I notified the general public of a vacancy in the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly via Gazette Notice number 10530 of 2022, dated 5th September 2022. I additionally publicized the declaration of the vacancy by advertisement in 3 newspapers of national circulation. In the notice and the advertisement, I invited interested persons who qualify to be elected as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in accordance with the Constitution to submit their nomination papers for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. The following 7 persons collected nomination papers from the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly between Monday 5th September 2022 and Wednesday 7th September 2022. 1. Robert Gishimu Githinji. 2, Farah Maalim. 3, Gladys Jepkosgei Boss. 4, Farah Yusuf Mohammed. 5, Moses Gushine Kirimi. 6, Paul Otiende Amolo. 7, George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Honorable Speaker, as per the Gazette notice and the advertisement, a person who collected nomination papers was required to submit the completed nomination papers together with their curriculum vitae and the relevant supporting documents to the Clerk of the National Assembly in Committee Room number 7, Main Parliament Building, not later than 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, 7th September 2022. The office of the Clerk of the National Assembly remained open on Monday, September 5th, 2022, from 2:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Tuesday, 6th September 2022, from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., and Wednesday, 7th September 2022, from 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., for purposes of both collection and return of nomination papers. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, at the close of the nomination period, the following 3 persons had submitted their nomination papers for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. The Honorable Farah Maalim, the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, and the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Further, Honorable Speaker, I wish to notify the House that I received a letter from the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, dated the 7th of September 2022, conveying the withdrawal of his candidature for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 106 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the 3 members who returned their nomination papers qualified as candidates for election to the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And again, I repeat, they are the Honorable Farah Maalim, the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, and the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, I published and made available to all members the list showing the 3 members qualified as candidates for election as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in the ballot to be conducted during the 3rd business of the 1st sitting of the House. Honorable Speaker, I wish to also notify the House that I have since received a letter from the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma, dated today, 8 September 2022, conveying the withdrawal of his candidature for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. His decision therefore compels me to invoke the provision of Standing Order 8 on withdrawal of a candidate, which provides that, and I quote, a candidate may, by written notice to the clerk, withdraw his or her candidate or her name before the ballot is started, and in the event of such withdrawal, the clerk shall cross out the name of that candidate off any ballot paper issued for that or any other subsequent ballot. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, I therefore would like to request that the name of the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma be crossed out before the issuance of the ballot for the election. The provisions of Standing Order number 13 provide as follows, and I quote, the procedure for electing a Deputy Speaker shall, with necessary modifications, be the same as that prescribed for the election of the Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the record, Standing Order 6 provides as follows with regard to the voting procedure where more than one candidate qualifies to stand for election as Speaker. The election of Speaker shall be by secret ballot. The clerk shall at the commencement of each ballot cause the ballot box empty and unlocked to be displayed to the House, and shall, in the presence of the House, lock the box, which shall thereafter be kept in the full view of the House until the completion of the ballot. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, each honorable member will be issued one ballot paper at the table and proceed to cast his or her vote at the voting, to mark his or her vote at the voting booths. Ballots shall be issued by the officers to the members on either side of the house. A member who wishes to vote shall mark his or her ballot paper by placing a visible mark in the space provided beside the name of the candidate he or she wishes to vote for. Thereafter, the member should fold the marked ballot paper before leaving the booth and deposit it in the ballot box. A member who, before conclusion of a ballot, has marked his paper in error may, by returning it to the clerk, obtain another in his place. The first ballot paper shall be marked cancelled and shall be destroyed. Honorable members, when it appears to me that all members who are present and who wish to vote have deposited their ballot papers in the ballot box, I shall unlock the box, examine the ballot papers, and having rejected those unmarked or spoiled, report the results of the ballot. May I also notify honorable members that a member who shall not have already recorded his or her vote after I have unlocked the ballot box shall not be entitled to do so. The counting of the ballots shall take place in the presence of all members and members appointed as agents or representatives by the candidates. Each candidate is allowed a maximum of one agent for purposes of the ballot. Honorable Speaker, in line with the requirements of Standing Order 7.1, a person shall not be elected as Deputy Speaker unless he or she is supported in the ballot by the votes of 2/3 of all members during the first round. I would like to remind the House that this 2/3 threshold is not a constitutional requirement, as I had said earlier, and it was never the intention of the framers of the Constitution to say that it has to be 2/3. Otherwise, it should have been clearly stated. It is a procedural step to ease the election of a Deputy Speaker on the first round of the ballot. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 7.2, in the event that no candidate is supported by votes of 2/3 of all members after the first round of voting, the candidate who receives the highest number of votes and the candidate who receives the next highest number of votes shall alone stand for election in the second round. The candidate who receives the highest number of votes in the second round shall stand elected as Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind the House that this particular voting is by secret ballot. Members are not allowed to display their marked ballots to the House, the galleries, or any other person. If it is brought to the attention of the returning officer that a member has displayed his or her ballot paper, it will be considered a spoiled vote. Members from the media fraternity are also reminded to observe Rule 3C of the Broadcasting Rules, which provides that wide-angle shots of the chamber shall not be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, may I repeat? Wide shots of the chamber shall be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken so as to show the manner in which a member has voted in any secret ballot. Honorable members, we have set the voting booth next to the dispatch table. There are 4 voting booths on each side of the table. Members on the right side of the speaker will cast their ballots in the voting booth on that side of the table, and vice versa. Having explained the voting procedure, I now wish to ask the Chief Sergeant at Arms to go forward to open the ballot box and display it to the honorable members. Honorable members, you have witnessed for yourself that the ballot boxes are empty. I will now request the Chief Sergeant at Arms to close and lock the ballot boxes. After the ballot boxes are closed and locked, the next step before we start to call out the names of the members to come and vote is for the candidates to appoint agents. I will start with the first candidate, who is the Honorable Farah Maalim. Ushmiwa, do you have an agent? All right. I see. All right. I see the Honorable TJ Kajwang. I now move to the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss.
The candidate, the agent is here.
Okay. I see the Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose. And the agents have already stepped forward. Honorable Speaker, may I now ask my officers to prepare to call out the names of honorable members in the order I stated earlier. When the name of an honorable member is called, please make your way forward and pick your ballot paper and vote. We'll accord priority to the 3 senior members of the House and members with disability. And voting will start now.
Duale Adan Bare, Ngongo John Mbadi, Maalim Farah. wish you can. Mumo Rose Museo, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Lomwa Joseph Samal, Masara Peter Francis, and Kosgei Jackson Kipkemoy.
Ya dia mata. Chumel Samuel Moroto, Rai Samuel Gonzi, Welie Adan Kenan. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir, Hassan Abdi Yusuf, Kunjuri Festus Mwangi, Lekuton Joseph, Mbiuki Japheth Meriti Kareke. Odhiambo Millie Grace Akoth, Sirma Musa Jerutich, Wanjara Rafael Sauti Bita.
Joroge anaitana. Enda Joroge. Enda. Kiwa napanga laini.
Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Abdurrahim Dawood, Arama Samuel, Aramat Lemanken, Badibadi Twalib. Bowen David Kangogo, Chege Sabina Wanjiru Maito, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel, Chesebe Kapondi, Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph, Gakuya James Mwangi. Ikaria David, Gimose Charles Gumini, Ichongwa Anthony Kimani, Ijendi Moses Malulu, Kaluma George Peter Opondo, Kanchori Elijah Memusi, Kiaraho David Njuguna. Kihara Jane Wanjiru Njeri, Kingola Patrick Makau, Kibiwot Julius Meli, Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno, Kombe Harrison Garama, Korere Sara Polata.
Koye John Waluke, Koyo James Onyango, Lagat Benjamin Kipkoril, Balu Jessica Nduku Kiko, Boko Mishi Juma Hamisi, Boy Robert. Mohamed Junet Sheikh Noor, Mohamed Junet Sheikh Noor, Mule Stephen Mutinda, Mulu Makale Benson, Musau Vincent Musioka, Naika Johnson Manya, Nanok Daniel Epuyo. Nyamai Recho Kaki, Nyikao James Wabura, Ochieng David Ouma, Odanga Geoffrey Magoa, Odwor Christine Obaka, Ogola Gideon Ochanda, Owor Joshua Aduma. Kosing David Losiako, Ukose Robert, Raso Dido Ali, Robbie Mathias Nyamambe, Shibwa Omar Mwinyi, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Shinyali Bernard Masaka. Sudi Oscar Kipchumba, Sunguli Julius Lekakeni, Wahome Alice Mudhoni, Wadai James Opio, Wangwe Emmanuel, Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin. Chelule Liza Chepkoril, Lesuda Josephine Naisula, Wajira Martha Wagari, Aburi Lawrence Mpuru, Muya Wajiku. Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo, Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh, Adagala Beatrice Kahai, Akuja Protas Ewesit, Alpha Miruka Odieki, Amolo Po Otiende, Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The clerks are requesting, and I direct that if you have not been called, please remain in your seats so that we don't have too much crowding at the voting table. If you have not been called, resume your seats and wait for your name to be called, then you come and cast your ballot.
Bada Salim Veso, Baya Owen Ya, Benzimba Rashid Juma, Buyu Rosa Akinyi, Chege John Kiragu, Chepkwonyi Charity Kadambi. Gashombe Samuel Kinuthia, Gadhiru Mejodang Benjamin, Gitari Joseph Gashoki, Gitao Faith Wairimu, Githinji Robert Gishimu, GK George Masharia Kariuki. Gogo Lilian Achieng, Guyo Ali Wario, Hassan Kulo Mahalim, Iribae Said Buya, Kagesi Kivai Hanest Ogesi, Kaagara Joseph Buru, Kalasinga Joseph Simiyu, Kamene Joyce. Kamuren Charles, Kandie Joshua Chepigon, Karani Stephen Washira, Karemba Eric Muchangi, Kasalu Irene Mudhoni, Kasait William Kamket. Kemei Justice Kipsang, Kemero Maisori Marua, Kimani Francis Kuria, Kimilu Joshua Kivinda, Kingara Simon Nganga, Kirima Moses Gushine, Kitty Richard Ken Chonga. Koech Nelson, Kosgei Hilary Kiplagat, Kwenya Dhuku Zakari, Lentonchoni Jackson Lekumondare, Lochakapong Peter. Luyai Caleb Amisi, Mawadhe Julius Musili, Bai Nimrod Bidhuka, Mizigi Lydia Aika Mnene, Mohamed Ali, Momanyi Innocent Obiri, Mogina Jerusha Momanyi, Muchira Michael Mwangi. Muhanda Heosi Bushile, Muiruri Mudhama Stanley, Mukwana Titus Kamala, Muli Fabian Chule, Muliungi Gideon Mutemi, Murugara George Gitonga, Muridhania Ridikiri Mugambi,
Mtua Didmas Wekesa Barasa, Mutunga John Kanyuithia, Mwakuona Danson Mwashako, Mwale Nicholas S. Tindi, Mwalika David Mboni. Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu, Mwirigi John Paul, Nabulindo Peter Oscar, Ndungu George Koimburi, Nganga Alice Wambui. Ngikolong Nicholas Ngikor Nixon, Nguna Charles Ngusia, Njoroge Mary wa Maua Waithira, Ntwiga Patrick Munene, Nyamita Mark Ogola. Nyamoko Joash Nyamache, Nyenze Edith Vethi, Nyoro Samson Ndindi, Nzambia Thaddeus Kidhua, Nzengu Paul Musimi. Nzioka Erastus Kivasu, Obara Eve Akinyi, Obo Ruweida Mohamed, Odege Tom Mboya, Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng. Odoyo Okello Jared, Oku Edward Kaunya, Okwome Andrew Adipo, Oluoch Anthony Tom, Omboko Milemba Jeremia. Omwera George Aladwa, Ongili Babu Owino Paul, Onyengo Silvanus Osoro, Otucho Mary Emaase, Owino John Walter, Owino Martin Peters. Oyula Joseph H. Maero, Pasaris Esther Mudhoni, Paul Abur, Risa Sunkuia George, Sanei Ibrahim Abdi. Sholei Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, Shurie Abdi Omar, Sitienei Janet Jepkemboi, Tandaza Kasim Sawa, Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal, Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei, Wachira Rahab Mukami, Wambirianga Catherine Nanjala. Wamshomba Gadhoni, Wangaya Christopher Aseka, Wanjiku John Juguna, Waweru John Kiarie, Were
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Unatafuta vyombo vya muziki? Naam, usitafute tena. Smart Search Limited ni suluhu lako. Tuna vyombo vya muziki aina zote: power mixers, speaker cables, microphone cables, amplifiers, drum sets, condenser microphones, speakers, keyboards, microphones aina zote, guitars na accessories zingine nyingi. Kwa habari zaidi tupigie simu kupitia 0720 046 100 au 0739 046 100. Smart Search Limited, your trusted sound partner.
Neno la uzima. Ni wakati wa kulishwa kiroho na kupata mafunzo ya kipekee kuhusiana na mambo yaliyotata.
Hakuna shida kuitwa, tumeitwa, na kuokoka tumeokoka. Na sisi ni watakatifu. Na lugha tunaongea. Na sisi ni watakatifu. Lakini katikati yako kunaweza kuwa kuna miuku inaongea. Either you are pastor, either you are bishop, either you are reverend, either you are apostle. Usipoelewa hii miuku itakumaliza.
Ungana na Pastor Edward Mwai pamoja na watumishi wengine wa kanisa la Jesus Winner Ministry. Ni kwenye ibada ya neno la uzima, upate mahubiri na maombi yanayokupa mwangaza maishani. Ni kila siku ya Ijumaa kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi kwenye runinga ya Mwangaza, Kiheo TV na Mwangaza wa Neno FM. Neno la uzima na Pastor Edward Mwai. Zaburi 119 mstari wa 105. Neno lake ni taa ya miguu yangu na mwanga wa njia yangu. Amen.
Karibu ndani ya Ijumaa njema na Esther Shiko. Tunaanzisha wikendi yako mapema kwa burudani motomoto, mafunzo na mawaidha kutoka kwa wataalamu mbalimbali, aswa kwa vijana.
Asante actor, seriously. Upeana zile mistari pale.
Kwa vijana siri ni kujituma mapema.
Na tunakujulisha kuhusu matukio mbalimbali ya kimziki, kimtindo, kielimu na kimaisha.
Wacha tuwe real. We be real kwa watoto wetu ili tuwasaidie.
Friday si Friday pasipo na Esther Shiko.
Fantastic. You are fantastic.
Ni Ijumaa njema kila siku ya Ijumaa kuanzia saa 1 hadi saa 3 naye Esther Shiko papa hapa kwenye runinga ya Mwangaza. Usikose kutazama.
Mimi nimezunguka kila mahali, nikatembea kulia, kushoto, kaskazini, mashariki, juu hadi chini. Nimekuja kutambua jambo moja, ya kwamba kuna garage mingi sana duniani za magari, lakini hakuna garage ya binadamu. That is why mie kijana mtana koti bila koti ninaweza kukuletea, nimefungua garage hapa Mwangaza TV kila siku ya Ijumaa kuanzia saa 8 hadi saa 11 jioni.
When we don't tell our kids the real life and real success takes a lot of sweat.
Dreams za mse pia zinaweza fanya wase ku attach by the ability that wanaona mse anaweza succeed.
Money is the least level you can measure your success with.
Sometimes you don't understand the beauty of the process until you've gone through.
Alinena naye Musa ichokia tu. Mungu alinena naye Musa ichokia.
Even if he comes, because I believe he will come, it has to be someone first of all who is willing to worship God with me. Neema itoshe.
Atende.
Neema itoshe.
Tafuta passport.
Buda utaniweza buda. Ngoje uone. Ngoje uone zangu. Tunaambia
Neema yake inatosha, inatosha. Neema yake inatosha, inatosha. Kanitoa chini, kaniweka juu.
Usipitwe na vipindi uvipendavyo katika runinga ya Mwangaza. Unaweza kutufuata na kuzungumza nasi kupitia mitandao ya kijamii kama vile Facebook, like and share ukurasa wetu wa runinga ya Mwangaza. Tufuate pia kupitia Twitter @MwangazaTV, Instagram Mwangaza TV Kenya, YouTube kupitia Mwangaza TV Kenya. Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Maandiko katika kitabu cha Kutoka 15 mstari wa 2. Bwana ni nguvu zangu na wimbo wangu, naye amekuwa wokovu wangu. Yeye ni Mungu wangu, nami nitamsifu. Ni Mungu wa baba yangu, nami nitamtukuza.
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako. Shell Institute of Advanced Driving. Drive with confidence.
This is Mwangaza Prime News with Kelvin Dunda.
A very good evening and many thanks for joining us tonight for the broadcast right on time. My name is Kelvin Dunda and our sign language interpreter is Vivian Wangeshi. Talk to us tonight on our SMS line number 2914, on our Facebook Twitter page at MWANGAZA TV, at Kelvin Dunda. And now it has been a long busy day at both houses, the House of the National Assembly and the House of the Senate, whereby the member of Parliament and the senators, they were being sworn in, and as well at the same time they were electing the new speaker, the speakers of the both houses, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. We have this and more stories still on a story that is just getting in on our news center right now. The Queen of Elizabeth II is dead. The Buckingham Palace has confirmed the doctors had placed the Queen, who was 96, under the medical supervision at Balmoral Castle estate in the Scottish Islands. Prince Charles travelled to the Balmoral to be with his mother's side. The death of Queen Elizabeth II is a watershed moment for Britain and once an incomparable and incalculable. It marks the loss of the Reverend Monarch, the only one most Britons have ever known, and the end of the figure who served as the living link for the glories of the World War II. Following the death, the Prince Charles will on Friday be proclaimed the new official reigning the monarch. The Queen's funeral is expected to be held in 10 days after her death. All right, and now kicking off as we start the broadcast, Moses Wetangula was declared the speaker after the Kenneth Marende withdrew from the second round of the race. Wetangula announced Kenneth Marende after the Azimio la Umoja coalition in the first round of the National Assembly speaker's race. In the hotly contested battle, the former Bungoma senator garnered 215 votes against Marende. One spoiled vote was recorded, taking the total to 346.
Proceed.
I, Moses Francis Masika Wetangula, having been elected as Speaker of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of the National Assembly, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with this Constitution of Kenya and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
All right, and still on the Parliament, Amason Kingi has been elected as the Speaker of the Senate, the third under the 2010 Constitution. In the election exercise conducted in the Senate chambers on Thursday, Kingi garnered 46 votes out of the possible 67. Now the Clerk of the Senate, Jeremiah Nyegenye, announced the results before allowing Kingi walk into the chambers and take the oath of office. The former Kilifi County Governor win became inevitable after Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka withdrew his candidature seat as Meru Senator Murugi was elected as the Deputy Speaker following the decision by Kilifi Senator Sir Walter Mazdayo to drop out of the race. Now the Senator, newly elected Speaker Amason Kingi, announced Kathuri as his deputy while delivering his speech on Thursday.
Mimi Amason Jeffa Kingi, nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama Spika wa Seneti, naapa kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa watu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwamba nitatekeleza kwa uaminifu na uangalifu kazi zangu kama Spika wa Seneti, kwamba nitatii nitaheshimu, nitahifadhi, nitalinda na nitaitetea hii katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kwamba nitatenda haki kwa watu wote kulingana na hii katiba ya Kenya na sheria na desturi za bunge, bila uoga au upendeleo, upendo au chuki. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
Mimi Murungi Kadhuri, nikiwa nimechaguliwa kama naibu spika wa Seneti, na hapa kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa watu na Jamhuri ya Kenya, kwamba nitatekeleza kwa uaminifu na uangalifu kazi yangu kama naibu spika wa Seneti, kwamba nitatii, nitaheshimu, nitahifadhi, nitalinda na nitaitetea hii katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kwamba nitatenda haki kwa watu wote kulingana na katiba ya Kenya na sheria na desturi za bunge, bila uoga au upendeleo, upendo au chuki. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu nisaidie.
And the members of the 13th Parliament took oath of office at the National Assembly and the Senate. Also, senior members who have been part of the houses were both given the priority in terms of taking the oath. Alphabetical order was being used in the swearing-in. Members were allowed to use both languages, that is Kiswahili and English.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Rashid Juma Bezimba, ni mbunge wa eneo la Kisauni katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Tayari nimeshaapishwa na nishakula kiapo, kwa hivyo nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo pia. Mimi ni washukuru wa Kenya wote. Kwanza ni washukuru watu wa Kisauni kwa kudumisha amani wakati wa uchaguzi na kabla ya uchaguzi. Wakati wa kampeni hakuna incident yoyote ilitokea, hata watu kusukumana, na hata siku ya kupiga kura walipiga kwa amani, na hata kura za ugavana zilikuwa zimechelewa, zilipoletwa wakati wake wakapiga na amani. Na ni washukuru taifa zima la Kenya kwa kudumisha amani, kwa sababu hivi karibuni ulimwengu mzima umeona Kenya kweli ni sehemu ya kuweka rasilimali zao, kwa sababu hakuna hata wasiwasi. Hata wale walikuwa wanatoa habari tofauti, lakini wamejikuta wako katika njia nyingine. Amani ilidumishwa na mpaka leo watu wanaendelea na maisha yao. Tunaomba tu Mungu awasaidie, na katika uongozi tulioko hapa na wengine sote tushirikiane, tuhakikishe kwamba wananchi wa taifa la Kenya wanapata huduma kwa bei nafuu. Wanapata vitu muhimu kwa bei nafuu ili maisha yao pia yasonge mbele.
Twalib, leo mimi niko na furaha nyingi sana, mbunge wa Jomvu. Niko na furaha nyingi sana kwa watu wangu. Kwanza nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na vile vile kuwashukuru watu wangu wa Jomvu kwa kunichagua katika bunge hili kwa mara ya 3. Leo mimi ni moja katika ranking members ambao wako ndani ya hii bunge. Ndio maana nimeweza kuapishwa mapema sana kuja hapa kuona watu wangu. Sasa siasa imeisha, ni wakati wa kufanya kazi. Na mimi nitaendelea na kazi, kwa sababu sianzi kazi, naendeleza ile kazi ambayo nilianza. Mimi natoa wito wangu na salamu zangu kwa watu wangu wote wa Jomvu, wale ambao walinipigia na wale ambao hawakunipigia kura. Sasa mimi ndio mjumbe wenu. Mimi nitawafanyia kazi watu wote, pasi na kuangalia yupi ambaye amenipigia kura na yule ambaye hakunipigia kura.
Mimi ninaitwa Fred Kapondi, mbunge wa Mount Elgon. Sisi wale tumeingia kwa hiyo meli ya rais mteule tuna matumaini makubwa. Na Wakenya wana matumaini makubwa sana. Ya kwanza wala walala hoi, wala wako wengi, the ordinary Kenyans, tunawatarajia waamushwe kutoka chini kwenda juu. Na hata hiyo ndio itakuwa kazi yangu kubwa kwa constituency, kwa sababu naenda kulingana na manifesto ya chama ya UDA.
All the 290 elected MPs and 47 women representatives and also the 12 nominated MPs have taken oath to the office, and Kenyans will wait to see what the 13th Parliament will have to do for this nation. Reporting from MWANGAZA, Prime News at 9, my name is Kevin Mihona from the Parliament Buildings, Nairobi.
All right, and away from the parliaments, let's now switch to the courts, whereby the two petitions were yesterday filed in Nyamira High Court, one challenging the elections of the Governor Amos Nyaribo and the other the victory of Western Mogirago Member of Parliament Stephen Mogaka. In the first petition, a voter challenged the election of Amos Nyaribo as the Nyamira County Governor. The petitioner Dennis Omwanye Ayera also sued the Deputy Governor Dr. James Gesami, the County Returning Officer and Electoral Boundaries Commission Kenya through the lawyer Omwansa Ombati. The petitioner now wants Nyaribo's elections overturned, citing a number of irregularities.
Angalia hizo form, tumeona kuna itilafu fulani na ndiposa tumeweka kesi yetu katika mahakama kuu ya hapa Nyamira ili waangalie watupatie mwelekeo. Prayers ambao tumehomba ili wahesabu kura tuone nani alikuwa mshindi. Tunataka kujua nani alikuwa mshindi kwa hii kiti cha Member of Parliament ya West Mugirango. Hiyo ndio kweli tunataka kujua.
Watu wa Nyamira wanahofu sana na watu waliochaguliwa sana Mheshimiwa Nyaribo. Watu wa Nyamira wanasema kuwa hawakupigia Nyaribo kura. The people were intimidated. Votes which were casted were not the one which were announced. So that's why we are here to question the choosing of Nyaribo as the governor of Nyamira County.
Among the many prayers that we have asked in the petition, rather my client is asking the court, he is first to scrutinize the process of election and be able to establish the allegations that we have established in the petition. And two, we have asked the court to nullify the declaration of Governor Nyaribo as the governor for Nyamira County. And lastly, we have asked the court to declare that there be results in Nyamira County in the next 60 days after they have declared the result as null and void.
Our candidate as a party, who is Walter Nyambati, I would also want to take this opportunity to thank our people in the whole county for having woke up on 9th, and they voted him a lot of votes. But that was changed. It was changed forcefully because at the exercise started, he looked very ahead of everybody. As the campaigns were on, he looked ahead of everybody. But during that day, things were changed upside. But now the people have fronted themselves to face the governor, Mr. Amos, the voters. And that's why this petition has been brought by a voter.
3 people have died after the car they were traveling in on Namanga Highway in the Libsel area collided with a truck and caused an accident that occurred yesterday evening and killed 3 people, where the 2 died on the spot, while the other one died being taken to the hospital. Our news reporter Margaret Kamau has the report.
3 people died and others sustained serious injuries in a fatal road accident along Namanga Road near Ilbisil Town, Kajiado County on Wednesday night. According to police reports, a saloon car approached police roadblock on a high speed, bypassed 5 vehicles waiting to be inspected before ramming into a lorry and veered off the road, killing 2 of its occupants on the spot.
Kwa ndani ya gari kulipoangalia nyuma tukapata hiyo gari imeingia pia kwa mtaro ndani. Ndani yake kulikuwa na watu walikuwa 5, lakini kwa bahati mbaya kuna wawili walipoteza maisha yao hapo. Dereva na mwenzake mbele walikuwa na injuries ambayo ilikuwa kiasi. Askari walikuwa karibu, walijaribu kutoka ndani ya gari kutoroka, lakini askari wenye walikuwa karibu waliweza kuwashika na wengine wakapelekwa hospitali, wengine wakapelekwa kituo cha polisi ambapo tunangojea report kutoka kwa sasa hivi.
The third person succumbed to the injuries when being rushed to a nearby hospital. A fourth passenger sustained serious injuries and is currently recuperating at Kajiado Level 5 Hospital.
Driver alijaribu as much as possible kuirudisha kwa line, but ilimshinda, so tukakuja na kutoka hapo hivyo mpaka hapa mahali tuko tukaanguka tukabirengika na so si tulifaulu kutoka ndani, ndio tukakuja kuangalia nini ilikuwa ilitugonga na nyuma, tukarealize ni hiyo gari ndogo ndio ilitugonga na nyuma, nayo pia ilikuwa imeenda kwa mtaro, imebondeka. Ilikuwa na abiria kadhaa ambao kwa bahati mbaya wawili wamepoteza uhai.
Occupants of the lorry were treated at the General Hospital and allowed to go home, while the bodies of the deceased were taken to Kajiado Mortuary Hospital, with police holding further investigations.
Wengine wako wameshikwa na polisi, wale wameumia wamepelekwa hospitali. So sisi tunangojea kwenda kupelekwa hospitali kwa tuangalie.
Reporting from MWANGAZA Prime News, Margaret Kamau.
All right, thank you, Margaret Kamau, for that report. And now switching to the coastal region, at least 40 Jordanian tourists were stranded in the coastal town of Mombasa town have been transferred to Nairobi. The tourists were being detained after they were arrested on Monday while begging in the streets of Mombasa, while they will be deported back to their country. Senior police in the region have confirmed. Now, according to the police, of the foreigners, there were 19 adults, 21 children had valid tourism visas. Now they were begging in the streets of the old town of Macnon Market.
Senior police officers in Mombasa County have confirmed that 40 Jordanian nationals who were being detained after they were arrested on Monday while begging in the street of Mombasa will be deported back to their country. According to the police, the foreigners, 19 adults and 21 children, were detained last Friday for violating the terms of their travel documents. They were begging in the street of Old Town and Macnon Market to raise funds to travel to Nairobi. Preliminary investigations revealed that they were on their way to Eastleigh in Nairobi County. After their arrest, they were taken to Coast Regional Police Headquarters for interrogation. According to the police, they were later transferred to a hotel within Mombasa town where they were detained and a Good Samaritan paid for their bills. Reporting for MWANGAZA TV, I'm Maureen Wanjiru.
And the government has been asked to involve religious leaders in the fight against drugs and terrorism among students across the country. This is according to religious leaders speaking in Kakamega after receiving training on how to raise children in good morals, who have been asked the government to involve the church in the design and implementation of education curricula to give the orientation to students as one way to deal with misconduct among them. They have questioned the behavior of many students in the country, claiming that if inappropriate action is not taken in time, the next generation may be affected.
Our key interest as bishops and as families and as parents is about our children, what we are going through and the future of this nation. Want to request the government to give the church an opportunity right in the institutions, especially the learning institutions, that our children be reached with the gospel of Jesus Christ, because there is no another source of power or another medicine for this generation apart from the gospel of Christ. Our children are being initiated into many things.
Of growing the church, we have a strong burden to begin with the children, because the children, they are the future of the church. We have a lot of confidence in the gospel that we preach. The county commission has mentioned things like drugs. He has mentioned things like terrorism. We believe that the Lord Jesus, through his death on the cross and through his blood, he has empowered us to present the gospel in a way that can bring deliverance and turn people's minds from evil and wickedness. So we have a lot of confidence in what we are doing. It has produced results before, and even for the future, we know that many people will come to know Jesus and will have a better nation. We thank God for the peace, and we're praying that the peaceful atmosphere will remain so that we can reach out to more people and bring them to Christ.
Kura zimeisha. Mambo ya mitandao na kusema mimi ni wa mrengo huu, mimi ni wa mrengo huu. Unaanza kukampeni, unasema fulani alikuwa mzuri kuliko huyo, ama unatusi mwenzako kwa sababu alikuwa kwa mrengo huu. Iishe. Tunazungumza mambo ya mirengo kwa mitandao ikome na iishe, kwa sababu hatutaki my incitement anymore. Sisi tunataka amani. Kenya ni moja, sio Kenya ya mirengo. Tunataka yule ambaye amepita kura atuweke pamoja ili tufanye kazi kama Kenya, mtu mmoja ambaye anaitwa Kenya. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo sisi tunaombea Kenya, tuko hapa Kakamega, na tungelipenda pia serikali ambayo imeingia kutambua kanisa liwekwe mbele.
All right, and on that report, I want us to take a very quick commercial break tonight on our news bulletin. But just to brief you on what is happening on the National Assembly right now is the election of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, whereby the Gladys Sholei is a nominee of the Kenya Kwanza and Farah Mahalim is a nominee of Azimio la Umoja. We'll be right back with these and more stories.
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Hello everyone, my name is Amos Nabayo, CEO and founder of Sinan Medical Center Limited. We are located in Loisambu, Lumumba Drive. Our organization started 5 years ago, and our services include general consultation. We also have ultrasound screening services. We have comprehensive and affordable laboratory tests. We also have family planning services. We do dental services. We also do late night consultations and treatments. Anybody who has an emergency any time of the day or the night, you're free to call us and to visit one of our branches for treatment. Your privacy is our first priority. Thank you and welcome all.
Neno la uzima ni wakati wa kulishwa kiroho na kupata mafunzo ya kipekee kuhusiana na mambo yaliyotata.
Hakuna shida kuitwa, tumeitwa na kuokoka, tumeokoka. Na sisi ni watakatifu. Na lugha tunaongea. Na sisi ni watakatifu. Lakini katikati yako kunaweza kuwa kuna miuku inaongea. Either you are pastor, either you are bishop, either you are reverend, either you are apostle. Usipoelewa hii miuku itakumaliza.
Ungana na Pastor Edward Mwai pamoja na watumishi wengine wa kanisa la Jesus Winner Ministry. Ni kwenye ibada ya neno la uzima, upate mahubiri na maombi yanayokupa mwangaza maishani. Ni kila siku ya Ijumaa kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi kwenye runinga ya Mwangaza, Kiheo TV na Mwangaza wa Neno FM. Neno la uzima na Pastor Edward Mwai. Zaburi 119 mstari wa 105. Neno lake ni taa ya miguu yangu na mwanga wa njia yangu. Amen.
Sifa night with Anne Lawrence.
Kila Friday saa 2 usiku hadi saa 6 usiku ni sifa na kuabudu. Karibu Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako, na mimi Anne Lawrence ni nahodha wako. Tupatane.
Karibuni.
Maandiko katika kitabu cha Kutoka 15 mstari wa 2. Bwana ni nguvu zangu na wimbo wangu, naye amekuwa wokovu wangu. Yeye ni Mungu wangu, nami nitamsifu. Ni Mungu wa baba yangu, nami nitamtukuza.
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Now moving forward, the Kenya National Highway Authority has now automated its way bridges along the northern corridor as one way of improving its services. The move has reduced the congestion and the perennial traffic jams on way bridges by over 70% while enhancing efficiency. Our news reporter Njoki Maina has that report.
The Kenya Highway Authority has now constructed all new way bridges on the northern corridor as one of the way to improve its services. The skills that have benefited are Gilgil, Maimahio and Suswa. According to the company contracted to manage the skills, Danka Africa Kenya Limited, compliance level reached 99%. The company's assistant operation manager, Jackson Kimuyo, is saying that 70% of the trucks using the corridor were filtered through the new mechanical system.
We've taken to ensure smooth flow of traffic. One of them is automation. We have automated the weighing process. We have weight sensors on the roads that filter traffic. Out of all the traffic that flows along this road, that is 3.5 truck tons and above that are supposed to weigh to enter the weighing bridge. 70% is filtered. We only weigh 30%. Those are the ones that are called in to be weighed by the weighing bridge operator. Okay. As at now, the level of compliance along the northern corridor is at 99%.
At the same time, he noted that despite the recent introduction of cargo transportation through the SGR, many traders still decided to use the road.
The trucks are more compliant than the local transporters. I would put transit trucks at 99.5% and the local transporters maybe at 90%. And the challenge we have with local transporters is that they avoid the weighing bridge, and that's where we carry out mobile monitoring. We We have a mobile weighing bridge that patrols our road network.
Joel Mwandimu, one of the truck drivers who use the road, has called for a strict law to deal with the drivers who overlap and added that part of the road is completely closed with 4 lanes on each side.
Makazi yetu zimekwama. So tunaomba serikali tutengenezee hii barabara at least ikuwe kubwa. Gava inaweza tengeneza escape route at least hata kama kuna jam tuone kama tunaweza penya. Alafu hizi matrailers kubwa at least gava ione kama wanaweza tengeneza barabara nyingine za hizi matrailer.
Reporting for Mwangaza Prime News, I am Leonida Maina.
And residents of Mutumo village in Gatuntu, South Kiambu County have raised alarm after cultist rustlers allegedly began spraying them with chemicals before raiding their homes to steal their livestock. Cases of cattle theft have alarmingly risen in the village, with the latest incident having happened at Gabriel Gatika's home, where the criminals stole 7 sheep on Tuesday night when he was asleep. Our news reporter Stella Karaoke has a comprehensive report on that.
Residents of Mutumo village in Gatundu South, Kiambu County have raised alarm after cattle rustlers allegedly began spraying them with chemicals before raiding their homes to steal their livestock. Gadhoni said the sheep was stolen when she was asleep and she woke up to find remains after the animals were slaughtered and taken away for sale.
Bereni sisi hatukuwa tunaona hii shida tuko nazo hii mingi. Lakini for the last 5 years tunaona hii mashida inaendelea kuongezeka. Hatuoni wakienda hiyo nini kwa msafara. Sijai kutana na wao. Hata kama wao huenda mimi sijui. Mimi kwangu mimi sijawahi ona. Hata wale ninauliza wanasema hawaoni. Sasa tunataka hata wao wanafanya patrol kila wakati.
Following the alarming crime, residents said they are forced to keep their goats and cows in their main houses in fear of being taken away by the goons who have been terrorizing them, while others are now spending their entire nights guarding their property from theft.
Hapa ameibiwa mbuzi zote 7 na zimechinjiwa hapa tu karibu kwake, na tukakuja na tukaconfirm that zimechinjiwa hapa, na hata venye walizichinja waliacha miguu na vichwa hapa, wakaacha kadama kadogo hapa. Na sasa venye tungeweza kuuliza ni serikali ifanye kazi yake, na tutashikana na wao kama sisi wakaaji wa hapa, tukue pamoja na tuweze kuweka security hapa.
The livestock, they said, are their only source of livelihood, as the area has no coffee or tea cash crop where they could draw their earnings. Francis Kimani, a local, revealed that numerous reports have been done at Mutumo Police Post and Gatondo Police Station, but no action has been taken against the rising insecurity.
Ng'ombe yangu nilitoa Kidhunguri, wothe 100,000 ilipotelea hapa. Niliipeleka Katundu Station. Hiyo mambo yangu ilienda namna gani? OCS Katundu, hii kesi yangu alipoteleza namna hiyo.
Those who have made reports revealed that police have been advising them to stop keeping livestock instead of offering them solutions to insecurity. Reporting for MWANGAZA Prime News, I'm Stella Karaoke.
All right, Stella Karaoke, thank you for that comprehensive report. Now, police in Molo have intensified a crackdown raid in a pursuit to recover police's pistol that was stolen last evening by a group of unidentified people. According to the reports, 3 police officers were on patrol when they arrested an illicit drool dealer in a green garden area in Tayari village, when the group of unidentified people attacked the police, overpowering them, making away with their firearms. Phyllis Bogwa's report.
Police in Moro have intensified a crackdown raid in pursuit to recover police's pistol that was stolen last evening by a group of unidentified people. According to reports, 3 police officers were on patrol when they arrested an illicit brew dealer in a Green Garden area Tayari village when a group of unidentified people attacked the police, overpowering them, making away with the firearm.
Kweli kuna ripotiwa kwamba waliataka askari na wakaweza, kuna mmoja wetu aliweza kupoteza bunduki aina ya Seska, which is very unfortunate. Na jamaa tu alinyakua na akatoroka naye. Tunaendelea kusaka na hatutaweza kunyamaza mpaka tuweze kupata hiyo bunduki.
Nakuru County Police Boss Peter Mwanzo, who visited the area and led the operation, issued a stern warning to the group of people who made away with the firearm, urging them to surrender it back to the authorities, saying things will not flow smoothly on their side till the pistol is recovered. Mwanzo also noted the rise of illicit brewing in the area, urging Moro residents to cooperate with the relevant authorities to curb the illicit business.
Wangu tu ni mwito yule aliye naye kwa mkononi kwake ajue anatembea katika eneo la hatari sana. Kwa maana sasa huyo ni mhalifu wa kiwango cha juu. Tutakapokutana na yeye itakuwa ni mambo mawili. Aidha yeye ama sisi, mmoja lazima tasimama. Kwa maana kama uko na hiyo bunduki mikononi na umenyang'anya mtumishi wa serikali ambaye ni police officer, wewe kwangu sasa tunakutambua kama mtu ambaye ni hatari sana kwa usalama.
Residents in Tayari village have expressed their fear, citing insecurity issues, appealing to the authorities to ensure the firearm is recovered, adding it might be used to terrorize them.
Zapatikana sisi kama raia tunajua haistahili kukaa na mtu mwingine, wahakikishe ya kwamba imerudi mikononi ya serikali.
Tungeomba administration yote iajibike kuhakikisha ya kwamba ile silaha imeweza kurudi mikononi mwa serikali. Jambo la pili, tungeomba wana OCS na hasa kikosi yako yote ina uwezo ya kufuruga kuhakikisha ya kwamba wamepata ile silaha.
Reporting for Mwangaza Prime News at 9, I am Phyllis Mbogo.
And residents from Nanyuki town and its environs have been urged to plant trees along River Nanyuki in an attempt to conserve it. An environmental lobby group has come up with a call to engage the people in tree planting exercise along in the river, which has recently been affected by fluctuating water volumes. Our news reporter Celestine Waka has a report.
Residents of Nanyuki have been urged to plant trees along River Nanyuki as a way of conserving the river. An environmental lobby group made the call as they engaged in a tree planting exercise along the river, which has in recent times experienced fluctuating water volumes.
Tupande miti ambayo hata heri upande 3 ama 2 ile ambayo utaweza kutunza. Na umuhimu wa kupanda miti ina affect kila kitu. Hata ina affect economy indirectly ama directly. Wakati mto iko na maji, kilimo itakuwa ni rahisi. Watu wengi wataweza kulima, katika huo kulima tutapata ajira na bado chakula kitakuwa ni kingi na gharama ya maisha itarudi chini.
Laikipia County NEMA Director Jackson Mutoro said that lack of trees along the river has caused erosion over time, hence urged the residents to take advantage of the rains and conserve the trees.
Mito imeathiriwa na watu kulima kando ya mito na imefanya momonyoko wa udongo iwe inaingia kwa mto. Na si hivyo tu, mito yetu kwa sababu ya kutoa momonyoko ya udongo inaendelea kuondoka katika njia yake ile imekuwa inapitia. Inaanza kupitia kando inakula, inabomoa na hiyo inaharibu maji na inafanya hata wale watu wako chini kupokea maji ambayo si ya quality mzuri. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuhimiza wakati wa misimu ya mvua tukumbuke sana kupanda miti kando ya mito yetu kule tunaitaga riparian ili to protect na to preserve our water sources.
Storm's environmental lobby group chairperson Francis Duty has equally urged the residents along the river to plant few seedlings at a time to ensure that they are nurtured to maturity.
Hata miti ya bambu
Kuna jamaa moja neighboring ya Riparian anaitwa Saya Karumusho amejitolea kununua hiyo miti na kuprotect hii area karibu quarter kilomita kutoka pale tumesimama sasa. Na tumepanda sasa takriban ya miti 200. So mimi ningewaambia wananchi wajitolee kupanda miti. Every 3 counts. Apande mti moja, 2, 3 mpaka 5 ambaye ataiweza kiangazi.
MCA-elect Nanyuki Ward Anthony Theuri urged the young people to embrace tree planting as a way of boosting agriculture as an economic activity along the river.
Ningewahimiza wananchi mtu apande miti ya matunda. Sababu mti ni mti, kwa sababu tuko na shida ya carbon, hatuna kitu ya kusequester carbon. Watu wapande miti ili tupate manufaa kwa kizazi kijacho.
He promised to ensure strong cooperation between the national and county government in conserving the river.
Hapa nasi na ni wakati mzuri tunaweza panda miti sio tu kwa kando ya mito lakini pia hata pale manyumbani mwetu, na isikue tu ni jambo ambalo tunafanya kwa wakati mmoja alafu tunaacha. Ikue tu ni mtindo ambao wananchi wanaweza zingatia.
Reporting for Primetime News at 9, my name is Celestine Waka.
All right, and that report from Celestine Waka brings us to the end of the broadcast tonight. Just to highlight some few issues that are happening. The elections of the Deputy Speaker in the National Assembly has just concluded, but what is happening right now is the tallying and verification of the votes, whereby the Farah Maalim is the nominee of Azimio la Umoja and Gladys Sholei, the nominee of Kenya Kwanza. I'm being directed that we switch on the other side of the National Assembly just to get, just to bring to you the live pictures of the current happenings. I have been our host tonight, Kelvin Dunda, and our sign language interpreter has been Vivian Wangeshi. Have yourself a lovely night.
Maalim. Maalim. Sholei. Maalim. Sholei. Sholei. Maalim. Sholei. Maalim. Sholei.